Hello, chat. Hello. It's very cold today. Very, very cold. And I'm more worried about my pipes bursting than I am finishing this game. That's the bigger dilemma in life right now. That could be a real problem because I got a couple pipes that ain't working. A couple like faucets saying, you know, no water's coming out of them. So I'm worried that when they thaw, I'm going to be hearing leaking. But for at least a couple hours anyways, I'm hoping this game will like turn my brain off so I don't have to worry about, you know, burst pipes. How's everybody else doing though? You guys also surviving in the cold out there? Jim, I know you gotta be like suffering in Chicago. It's gonna be like near like, what, 10 below or something? Hopefully you're doing alright, buddy. Hopefully you're surviving. It was minus 30. I don't think I've ever experienced minus 30. I think I've only experienced single digit minus numbers in my life. Maybe minus 10, but even that would have been very brief. And I don't think I would have went outside. How do you actually live anywhere that's minus 30? I really don't understand how the human body doesn't just like freeze and like you start shattering on the ground at minus 30. How does Chicago even get that cold? It ain't that far north. It's alright where I am right now. It was pretty cold a day or two ago. Today was slightly warmer than yesterday, where it got down to like 8 degrees. But today it was like 22 degrees, but it's gonna start dropping now that it's dark. I got to watch people light the train tracks on fire to defrost them. I mean, does the thought of that warm you up? Is that how it works? Also, Jerusalem Wolf, thank you for the 32 months, man. Thanks to Galahad for the gift shop. Oh, you continue it, are you? It's gonna warm up next week. This has been a weird winter, man. Especially for me, because I had to like travel to LA for 2 weeks. Like I used to being like high 50s, low 60s all day around. Then I had to come back to my place and it's like, oh, it's cold. At that point, I was wanting to be on fire. You know what? It might be the one of the few times you can set yourself on fire and not die when it's that cold. Due to something called the lake effect in Chicago's altitude. I think I've heard of that before, actually, the lake effect. It's just Chicago is like positioned perfectly to just like freeze every year. Actually, isn't Chicago's weather always kind of bad? It's like it never really feels good there. Jim, is that a true statement? Like the weather is never what you'd call nice today? Chicago gets windy. I know about the wind. It's called the Windy City after all. A few years ago, during the polar vortex, it got down to minus 62 and they sent us home and we were like, yo, it's unsafe. You should probably stay home. I don't think like most American rated heating systems could even like deal with minus 62. I'm assuming that's with the wind chill though, not just the actual temperature. Talking of freezing, the people in charge of the Tomb Raider remaster recognize that stupid kids like my brother used to really abuse Lara Croft's elderly butler at her mansion, added a trophy for locking him in the freezer. Everyone did that, from what I understand. I never played the original Tomb Raider games, but even I've heard about locking the butler in the inside the freezer before you leave. I think I might actually get the remaster pack of all the first 3 Tomb Raider games. Like the only old school Tomb Raider game I ever played was the one where she goes to Egypt. I didn't even finish that. And I heard they've actually like advanced the controls to be more modern now. But we'll see if it's any good. Sounds like how it would get in Fairbanks, Alaska. Honestly, I think that sounds colder what Jim just described in Alaska. Evening dot. Tips hat. Been busy this week? Well, actually, yes. You'll be happy to know that the video is finished. The only thing I'm waiting on now is the intro, which Rune said he should have to me sometime tomorrow. But other than the intro, the video is 100% complete. Like all of it's there. So I'm just waiting on the intro to send it out. You was talking about some Dreamcast games, and I know what game you was talking. It's called Jet Set Radio. Well, I mean, I know that's a Dreamcast game, but I actually think of that more of an Xbox game, weirdly. But it was the sequel to it that I was talking about, Jet Set Radio Future, which I believe is like way better than the first one or something. It's gotten down to minus 75 degrees in Fairbanks. I don't even like hearing that temperature. That sounds like nature declaring war on you. Houston, we have a problem. This game exists. You know, I don't want to bash a game simply for existing. That feels like game racism. It's like you just hate it because it even exists. You gotta have a good reason to hate it. Yeah, you can't be game racist, chat. Hate it because of the way it was born. No, you hate it because of the choices it made. Also, to answer your question on how I survived this weather, pure spite, pure Chicagoan spite. The hate keeps you warm. Is that what it is? To be fair, we're the same group of people that made cities in the middle of deserts in Arizona and Nevada and the hellscape of Alaska. I would rather live in like one of the desert cities than anywhere that gets that cold. I'm sorry, but it's a little bit easier to deal with like high temps right now than it is to deal with the idea of like minus 75 degrees. How's the story in this game? Barely worth talking about. It's got one interesting point now, and that is like extra dimensional like people who have become like Highlanders of space, and they travel between different versions of the same universe or galaxy collecting metal because they, well, you know what, the multiverse doesn't offer them very much when you think about it, but that's what they do, and that's who the villain is, I guess. This morning I bought a hot chocolate, and during my 2-minute walk into the work it turned into ice chocolate. Yeah, I think, doesn't hot stuff actually like cool down faster or something like that? You'd rather be cold than hot? That cold? The kind of cold that literally like will freeze anything instantly? I'm sorry, but there's a point where cold is like way worse than heat. I don't mind cold weather in general. Like some of it can be kind of nice, but there comes a point. There comes a point where like no. While you were away, Ubisoft. Well, I've been back for over a week now, so I guess you're just now coming back. I've heard that Ubisoft is like, no, what, this subscription to gaming thing seems like the future. We like it. We don't want you owning shit. Something like that, right? You've heard everything about this game except one thing, the story, and for good reason. Bethesda games, you almost never hear about the main plot because the main plot is usually completely forgettable, even when the rest of the game is actually more worth playing. Like, say, Scott, do you ever hear anyone talk about the main plot of Skyrim or Fallout 3? No. You hear them talk about their own personal adventure and like side quests. No one ever gives a shit about Bethesda's main plots. I think that's intentional on their part. They have this philosophy that, you know what, the main plot is just there. It's all the other stuff that people want to do. And they seem to have even messed that up this time. You just ordered Taco Bell. Hey, I got no problem with that. You added me about that. Do you want my opinion on Taco Bell? You want me to like, hey, Taco Bell, you sure? I mean, hey, you eat what you gotta eat, bro. The gamers need to get used to not owning games in the future. I mean, I've been buying, like I said, that's the whole, like, the subscription, I guess they're really into Microsoft subscription service then, right? Which I will never buy. Companies making the worst decision to make an extra 2 cents. I mean, it could be worse. Ubisoft could, like, devote all of their time and development to making mobile games. They haven't gone that route. Ubisoft subscription services. Oh, Ubisoft has their own subscription service? I was not aware of this. For God's sake, never sign up to that. Main plot is background filler? Yup. Their current lead writer is pretty bad. You mean the guy from Bethesda? Yeah, I've actually heard about him talk about writing before, and I just like, oh my god. So many of like the problems of Bethesda games became clear when I saw who their lead writer is. It's like, this explains so much. How is he still lead writer? They could do so much better. They just got rid of this one dude. Been a while since you ordered Taco Bell? I don't think I've been in a Taco Bell in many a year. I did finally get to try In-N-Out Burger while I was in LA. I gotta ask everyone who like goes nuts and like talks about In-N-Out Burger, what was the big deal? It just tasted like a fast food burger to me. It's like, this is what I remember everyone like, oh, In-N-Out Burger is so good. It's like, it's just fast food burger. I didn't understand. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I still think Five Guys beats the hell out of it. And sadly, Five Guys no longer exists, I think. Also, thank you, Green Hood, for the tier 1, man. 37 months. Hey, Warring Harding. Why have you settled on the presidents for so long? You know what? Next time you come in here, you better, like, call me a Viking name. I demand, yo, something new. Something fresh. Writing is overrated, just grunt. You could make a caveman story. Actually, Ubisoft... Holy wait, Ubisoft did do that. They did make a caveman game. They just grunt and have a made-up language. Langy. Is that the ooh way of saying language? Language. See the reason why the main game usually has meh plots while the DLC has way better writing for some reason? I don't know about the DLC, but for the main plot, yes. He has this theory that when it comes to Bethesda games, the main plot, most people won't pay attention to it anyway since they fill it with so much side content, so he just makes it kind of lame. And I believe that is all intentional. We just got In and Out here in Houston, and my reaction is the same. Also, Five Guys still exists here. Yeah, I've heard that Five Guys is going bankrupt, though. There used to be one in my town, and I loved it because it was fucking great. You got a big bag of really damn good fries, and the burgers were really nice and juicy. I had In and Out, and I was like, I honestly, I didn't dislike it, but I didn't think it was worth the hype that I always heard about it. Who doesn't love having Five Guys inside them? I know, right? I didn't know Riley Reid was watching my streams. How you doing over there? Have you ever had Raising Cain? Isn't that a movie? I do not know. I've never heard of the Raising Cain as like a food source. Weirdly enough, one of the creators of In-N-Out made his own burger place and it's significantly better than it. What's it called? I'm assuming it's not a big chain. It's a restaurant. I've never heard of Raising Cain restaurant. However, we did drive by the diner that Pulp Fiction, the opening scene of Pulp Fiction was filmed in. Didn't go in, but apparently it was like, yeah, that's the diner. I should have like, you know what, no, I want to go in there. Because I love that movie. Riley Reid, I don't get it. What does she read, Dart? You take your bad jokes out of here, alright? You take your bad jokes, you take into some other stream where they appreciate them. I can't, please stay. Riley Reid is overrated. I like indica flower. Okay, let's not start sharing all of our porn star knowledge. We have to maintain a little bit of credibility here. Chat, never always pretend that you don't know who a porn star is. There's no reason to ever, like, recognize the name instantly. Let someone else do it who has no shame. Never just like, oh yeah, list off porn stars like you like they're sports stars or something. Don't do it. It ain't a good look. It's kind of local, so I don't want to give away too much. Well, if you've already said you like it and you like go to it, I think you already kind of did. But I get you. No reason to like share too much information. But hey, I mean, hey, hope it's good and stays good and it doesn't go bankrupt. I've completed Baldur's Gate 3 times. I'm going to give it a break for 6 months before I go back as either a Githyanki. So we're usually going to go through every race in it. We've already established that I'm shameless. Look, I have little shame as well. But there's still even like guidelines I follow. I have guidelines, chat, yes. Speaking of guidelines, I need to like do my regular like, you know, announcements for the stream. You keep making drow women. You like dark-skinned elves, huh? The dark elves? I don't want to give away my encyclopedic knowledge of porn stars, but I'll be damned if that not a pre-boob job Christy Mac. Watched I'm surprised you remember that line, because I kind of do as well. You know what? Still good line, by the way. I believe that porn star, though, has been retired almost since I mentioned that, though. Since I think she got beat up really bad by her, like, MMA boyfriend. He's like, yeah, I'm done with this. So, kind of sad, actually. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Good morning. What's up, hi guy? How you doing? How you doing tonight? Or this well morning for you, not night. Chad, I'm really tired of different time zones. We all need to agree that the time is one thing and we get used to it. Porn star recently got a boob job, but her name escaped. Oh, you don't. I'm pretty sure porn stars are always getting those. It's pretty common in the industry. Not exactly big news when that happens. You're getting ready for work? Oh, yeah, that's right. Forget. You used to. I remember when you used to come in here, and it's always been like during the final 2 hours of the stream. Now you got to get up and go to work. Ugh. Oh well, you're making video games. You live in the dream. Speaking of, didn't that Prince of Persia game just come out? Was that any good? I know it's like a Metroidvania now, but I haven't looked into it. I've been a little busy. Seems like it's good. Yeah, apparently Ubisoft can make good games when they keep them small. Who knew? Got decent reviews from what I can see. I'm still not sure if I'm going to get it though. I don't know. Something about the look of it has always looked very mobile game to me. Ubisoft man state the Ubisoft man. Yeah, I know the gamers, got used to get used to not owning games anymore. Chat, it's been a well-known thing that's what all companies don't. They don't want you owning anything. Like, you know what? Maybe you should just rent everything from us. That way, you got to pay us a monthly service. This whole just paying us once thing, not really into it anymore. I know this because I have to pay Adobe a monthly fee to keep using their editing software when that shit used to be a one-time thing. And let me tell you, it's really annoying because Adobe software sometimes really fucking sucks. When you drop in the Spider-Man 2 video, it's essentially done. I'm just waiting for the intro now. That's really all I got to do into it. Everything else is finished. Rune has said that the intro, he should have it to me by tomorrow. So either tomorrow or the next day, I would assume. If he sends it to me in the morning tomorrow, then I will release it at the normal time. If it's later in the day, I'll just wait till the next day. But yeah, the video's done. Pretty good too. It's like 45 minutes long though. Cat, I really don't like how long video games are getting because it makes me have to make my videos long. I don't know how to add people on PlayStation PSN Puff. That's okay. No one has any real friends anymore. Friendship is like ended in the 90s. Now you have acquaintances and followers. Developed by the Ubisoft Multiplayer division, which did Rayman, Beyond Good and Evil, Valiant Hearts, and Zombie U. All those are good from what I know, except for Zombie U. You can always do the videos in parts like you used to. I only ever did that once or twice. That's really just FF13 and the Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3. Like, I really don't like doing videos in parts. And like I said, I should have probably done an F16 as a two-parter rather than have it be one long video, but something about that just told me, you know what, make this one video. So I did. As for this is only like 45 minutes long, so that's actually about as long as I would ever want a video to be anyways. It's only after it gets longer than that I have to like start like wincing at it. Friendship is power. Is it? Chad, if they ever remake, classic cartoons, they really need to drop the idea that friendship is a power that can like defeat evil because like I said, kids won't understand that message anymore. Although like in friendship, no, follower count is power. Show this evil guy my TikTok account. Let that shoot the Care Bear beam. Oh god. TikTok Care Bears. Is that a thing? Breaks in moral support. Is this game doing an ass creed on you? No. Wait, this game is Starfield? Nah. This game, when I send it, if I send it, it'll be easy as cake. Everything about it is sinful. One video lets me save 3 seconds of moving the mouse. Really? Recently learned about a scammer girl that scammed lonely men just to blow all the money on host clubs, which are essentially bars where handsome men serve lonely women. That's really sad. So she had to scam her money to get from guys who wanted to give her attention so she could buy attention from hotter guys. Chad, this world is broken. Spider-Man 2 will be my 193rd Sin video. 7 more till 200. That's going to happen soon. Right now, my schedule is looking like release the Spider-Man 2 video, then either do Alan Wake 2 or Starfield, then kill the Justice League, and then FF7. Then after that, maybe Alan Wake 2 or that Alone in the Dark game, whichever one ends up winning. So that'll be, yeah, so should be by like spring or summer. If I keep, like I said, this year I need to get back on like one video every 2 to 3 weeks. No more of this like taking over a month to make a video shit that I was on for this entire year. So that's my current New Year's resolution. Get back on my old schedule because I gotta make some money. Turns out when you don't release as many videos, you don't make as much. Wonder if we can get a really big game to be your 200th game, Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm not really worried about having something special for the, 100, 200. It's like whatever it'll be. Dart fam, Dart fam, Dart fam. No, Dart cult. You're a cult. You're not a family. Don't go making it too personal. 200th game is gonna be Persona. Maybe I just resend, Tomb Raider. Have you started doing YouTube full time? I've been doing YouTube and Twitch full time since 2019. So 5 years now. Cult. You should probably never chant that. Persona 5 is never a great idea. Hello, Chad and Dartigan. Got the heart monitor on yesterday. How's it going? Has it been beeping to you yet? Gotta go for now? Hey, my guy, I'll see you later, man. Been watching your stuff since I was in high school. How many years has that been? Hey, I thank you for it, though. I'm glad I've kept doing it and will keep doing it because it's how I pay my bills. Gotta earn that money. And you know what? It's refreshing when I hear nice stories from people. Also, Himrick, thank you for the 42 months, man. I don't know why I can't pronounce your name. Like Fimrick. Should be pretty easy. Resend FF13, but that would mean no, thank you. No, I'm good. I think my video still stands pretty well. Holds up nicely. Been watching your content since I found your Final Fantasy 13 vid. So many people have found me through the FF13 vid now that I think about it. It's short for Full Metal Alchemist, I see. Haven't thought about that series in a while. Only missing the age and refined voice you have now. Well, that sounded mean. This is the voice I've had for the entire time. It's just I used to edit it differently. Yeah, it's not like my voice changed over that time. It's just like, oh, let me like stop talking in a higher pitch and use a decent microphone and voice editing software. Maybe I've learned to use it better, but it hasn't really changed in what it sounds like. Also, Kabuto, thank you for the 12 months, man. Stare snore. Actually, I just have to press it and write down what symptoms I felt at the time, but it does get itchy sometimes. I found you through Thief 4. That's like my second Sin video, I think. Jesus. I don't remember much about that game other than like there's like a girl, Erin, in it who gets like mystical powers and you gotta save her, but she's also it wasn't a very good game, but I remember that being like really hard to sin for me because it was only my second time doing it. And it's like also a very boring game. But yeah, hasn't been a Thief game since then, has there? Higher pitch sounding Dart was weird in hindsight. I like regular voice Dart. Yeah, like I said, I used to think no one would like the sound of this voice you're hearing right now. So I was used to like talk in a higher pitch and also edit it different in audio editing. So it'd sound a bit more energetic because I figured that's what people wanted. But over time, I grew confident that, you know what? Some people seem to like this. That was mainly helped out by me starting live streaming where I didn't edit my voice. And people would come in and talk about how much they liked it. Praise the mighty Helix. The fake gamer voice. That is a good way of putting it. That is actually how the best way of describing it is like, that's essentially just like Titanfall Nexus voice. Just now doing like game sense. You can never escape the Titanfall news vids. You know what? I leave them there so people can see the history of the channel. There's no, I don't want to be one of those YouTubers like, no man, I gotta hide the old history that I don't do anymore. So I have all of my older content before Game Sense still there for anyone to watch. Some people actually do it like, wow, he was so different than what I know I'm doing. YouTuber hype voice. Okay, I wasn't going that far with it. It was more just like higher pitch and like me speaking at, the top of my mouth rather than, where I normally, speak from it. I think you could definitely do trailer narrations. That isn't really a thing anymore. You don't usually get voiceovers like a narrator for trailers anymore. I know they still do like the mock trailers for on the for the YouTube channel with that guy who used to do them. But when you watch modern trailers, they don't really do the in a world of crime and prostitution. One clown is the only thing that can save the day. That's not really a thing. They usually just rely on like the actual dialogue from whatever the movie is or the game or whatever, and the music, and you'll just editing. Maybe some text. Titanfall 3 ever comes back, you should pull a prank on the channel and make only Titanfall videos like you used to. I think I'd just rather make a Sin video on it and just like, hey, wink, wink, nod, nod. The voice trailers seemed to end after that one movie trailer voice died. Like I said, I know like that guy who does like the real trailers on YouTube did used to voice trailers like that, but there's probably been multiple people who did it. Apex Legends makes too much money. Incorrect. It makes as much money as it deserves to make off the people willing to spend money on microtransactions and other such things. When we talk about the Darta lore, let's not forget about the Ghost Pepper video. Yeah, but there's older lore than that. That's only subsurface lore at this point. If you really want to talk about Darta lore, you have to go all the way back to like my very first YouTube channel where I did live action filming, trying to do like web series and comedy skits. That's where the Darta lore truly begins. Bring back the Ghost Pepper. I still have that bag of Ghost Peppers, actually. I never got rid of them. I've never eaten another one of them, but I still have them. Johnny Silverhand was right. He was always right about everything. One. April Fool's video should be you announcing you're a LOL content creator. No, my April Fool's videos will be announcing that I'm moving to Pornhub. Or like, hey, join my OnlyFans, instead of my Patreon. Bit goal or sub goal where you eat one more ghost pepper. Why? Why do you want me to suffer? That was terrible. You eat a fucking ghost pepper. You then come back and tell me about it. Still kind of wish you went with the idea you talked about where you dub over goofy movies in live action skits. Dub over goofy movies? Okay, I think you're confused. I never really wanted to dub over movies, I don't think. The other idea I had for content was essentially take the eye of Kung Pao Enter the Fist, where you like green screen yourself into Kung Fu movies. I was experimenting with that before I moved on to gaming stuff. I even did some test footage where I put my friend in like a Kung Fu movie we were like gonna mad lib over. But that never really worked out. It would have just been too much work back, especially, well, maybe it's doable now, but then it would have been way harder. That much green screening and like rotoscoping and everything else would have been a nightmare. Your pain brings us pleasure. Okay there, Pinhead. Is that who you think you are? Pain has a name, gentlemen. How dare you use that? You know what? I've always felt that, most Hellraiser movies are kind of shit, but as a character and the way he looks, Pinhead has always been top tier. Just a shame he's only got like maybe at best one good movie. When am I going to be in Hot Ones? When they invite me. What's up, Jellyfish? How you doing? You would have become the next Smosh. I wasn't really aiming for that. Just wanted to get to the story part. No tears, please. It's yeah, it's the first movie is the only good one. No tears. It's a waste of good suffering. It just like he was like very well done at that point. Maybe, maybe. I think the first three Hellraisers are amazing. I only like the first one. They just get progressively worse and weird. You have new books to read. How are you? Are you asking me? Because I got a lot of new books to read as well. That's a big Christmas haul for me. Cenobites are what Slanesh from Warhammer is meant to be. I don't think that's quite correct, but they feel like they're two very different things. Like the Cenobites are all about sadomasochism, whereas Slanesh covers like the entire breadth of anything that can be like seen as pleasurable. Hellraiser reboot with a Fim Pinhead was terrible, but the Fim Pinhead inspired the original author to make a new book. Really? Was it any good? Because I don't believe that author has written anything good in a while. What new books did I get? Let's see. I got a pixel art book, a video. It's like a pixel art. It's an art book of like detailing all the like, pixel graphics throughout in games for like many different things. I got I don't know about whoever, if you guys know about it, but there's an author, an artist called Simon Stollenhag who does narrative art books. And my mom got me one of his books called Things from the Flood. And it's really, really good, especially the art in it. And a few other things here and there. Good stuff. And also I get a PlayStation VR. So there's that, which I haven't used yet, but I plan to. So Lanesh is supposed to be excess, but it just devolved into the chaos god of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Aren't like the Chaos Marines that Surfer literally is like called Noise Marines or something? Have I ever read Altered Carbon? Yes, I have read Altered Carbon. Very good book. I actually own the sequels to it, but I started reading one of them, but I kind of stopped and haven't gotten back to it yet because I wasn't really enjoying it that much. But the original book is pretty good. Interesting biography. I recommend Custer's Trials. Very eye-opening and critical, and very good in pacing. Not a boring biography. So it's a history novel. Got a whole room of books, and I cannot bring myself to read much anymore. Can I recommend a book to you that might change that? I think you might like. Check out Bridge of Birds. It's one of my favorite books. I remember I was kind of like bored with a lot of books at one time, and I got recommended that book, and I read it. I was like, holy shit, this is good. I think I read it in like 2 days because I didn't put it down. But yeah, Chad. I got a lot of reading to do. Stranger in a Strange Land. I've read most of that book online actually, but then it's one of those books I was enjoying, but I didn't finish. Uh, but I do remember it being pretty alright for like a really old ass sci-fi book. You should read The Last Stand, of Fox Company, story of Marines during the Korean War. I've never actually read too much like war biography stories. Unless it was like fantasy, like the Black Company is a personal favorite of mine. I know everyone's like, oh, I like Song of Ice and Fire. I think the Black Company kicks that series ass. Black Company is so underrated. And hey, if HBO wants to make a series out of that, guaranteed good one. But it's a little lesser known, I think, than your Game of Thrones. Recommend Blood Meridian and Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga manga I've thought about reading a couple times. I'm not familiar with Blood Meridian. Main Chaos Marines devoted to Slanesh are the Emperor's Children, Primarch Fulgrim, a cunt. They were about perfection but got corrupted and are obsessed with excess and pleasure. The Noise Marines are a specialist type of Emperor's Children Marine. I just know they're like the rock and roll Marines, right? Hipster? You're calling me a hipster because I like the Black Company? Blood Meridian is super fucked. Okay, what do we mean by that? Because that can mean that covers a lot of ground being super fucked, you know. Hyper violent Western that uses the archetype of Satan from Paradise Lost. Okay. Interesting. The horror Western. You know what? Let me look it up real quick. With a name like that, I'd almost think it's like a vampire story. Hmm. It might be worth it checking it out. Is it something like there's a Japanese manga I'm trying to think of about some Ichi. Is it sort of like Ichi where because that was like a very dark crime story set in Japan. Ichi the Killer, I mean. Is that what you would compare it to? I think I did No Country for Old Men. Look up Bloodburning the Judge, one of the scariest fucking villains ever written. Like I said, Itchy the Killer is one of those up there. When I think of like dark, just like gory, like horrible nature of man kind of things, I usually go with Itchy the Killer. Even if it is a little goofy. Grounded in reality and history of scalp hunters in mid 19th century. So is this something they've made a movie of or not? Involves gleeful assault and murder of children, among other things. Starting to sound like Berserk. They tried and failed. Probably would get like, you know, very, and then you get no PG-13 rating with that kind of material. There's been several attempts, but nothing yet. Someone will do it eventually on a small shoestring budget. Apparently, if it's that violent, you'll never get anyone to sign off of it unless it like, you do it for cheap. About the Glanton Gang. You know what? Maybe the next Rockstar Red Dead Redemption can be inspired by it. How the stars did fall. No studio dares to try and put Blood Meridian to screen. Shit makes the original Evil Dead look like Polar Express in comparison. What do you mean? The original Evil Dead ain't that gruesome, from what I recall of it. Mainly a lot of like camera moving towards someone and while they scream. And then I think you have like some branches attacking someone. They couldn't really do much in the way of effects. But I do like the original Evil Dead because it's definitely more of a horror movie than what the sequels to it were. April 28th, Deadline reported that New Regency is adapting Bloodburning as a feature film. John Hillcoat, who previously directed the adaptation of Mark Other's novel The Road. So, okay, this guy made The Road as well, huh? That's the book that inspired The Last of Us, isn't it? Not that I want to start a Last of Us conversation again, like we always do. I'm pretty sure The Road was the inspiration, I think. You know what, there you go. Naughty Dog can get the game rights to Blood Meridian, and they can make that. How about that, chat? Tree rape. I just looked at some tech priest comment and I saw the word starts with the word tree rape, and I've been debating with myself for the past 10 seconds whether I want to read the rest of that comment. I kind of don't. I don't want to know where tree rape goes. Fuck that and fuck Naughty Dog. You know what? I have criticisms of Naughty Dog, but they have a pretty good batting average of making good games I've liked. Do we really hate them this much just because they kind of screwed up The Last of Us 2? Does that really overwrite every other good game they made? Last of Us and The Road movie end on the same shot of a child agreeing to go with their new protector adult. Consensual. Cormac because they saw a fire burning when he was in a hotel with his son and he wrote The Road. I actually still don't know what The Road is about. I remember like looking at it and thinking of getting it once. Not talking about Blood Meridian. I think he was talking about one of the Evil Dead reboots that had tree assault. I think that's the first one though, from what I recall of it. The entire PS5 console generation has just been remasters and remakes to a degree, yes. Part of that is because games have gotten so expensive to make that everyone is terrified of like trying to make a new IP and failing because it usually means the end of your studio. So most things have been just like, let's do what's safe. I hate The Last of Us Part 1. It really, you hate 1 as well? Also, the Blood Meridian book doesn't have any punctuation marks or anything like that in it because Cormac McCarthy doesn't believe. The more I hear about Cormac McCarthy, the more I like it because I fucking hate punctuation marks as well. They just get in the way. Just completely pointless in most cases. Just there to make words look fancy or like sentences look fancy. Maybe he's my kindred spirit this entire time. Evil Dead, the 2013 remake sequel, has tree assault. Look, tree assault is like a thing in Evil Dead. It's just like something you always gotta continue. You don't like them because of what the director basically said. If you don't like The Last of Us 2, you're a bigot. Like I said, I'm not familiar with this statement, but it's not true of that you can't like that game without being a bigot. You can definitely like that game and be a perfectly reasonable individual. He hated punctuation because he didn't like marking up the page with useless marks. I agree. I hate when I have to use a bunch of commas. It's like, Jesus Christ, did we really need these? I've always found them kind of like, oh, God, commas. And a bunch of other punctuation marks we use. Twitch is being silly. What is Twitch? Well, with you, Puff, it might be that you live at like the edge of the world. So you never can be sure if it's Twitch. You need some punctuation marks to differentiate between speakers. Really, you just need a different line. You never have like two people speaking in the same line. So you always you start a new paragraph when someone else speaks. So technically you don't. But, I suppose if you really want to make sure, you can set it off with the marks. Can we not go back to PS2 graphics with good gameplay and games costing $20? I don't know what games you were playing for the PS2, but any new game usually costed more than $20. Maybe you bought all yours used, but they were definitely like $50 games back then. The book Dahlgren by Samuel R. Delaney is an amazing book, but can be challenged in content a little bit. Mostly, I feel like you'd be like it based on your taste. Send me a link and maybe I'll check it out. I've got plenty of books to read right now. No Country for Old Men is a pretty good film too. Yeah, I've heard it's good. I was never bothered watching it because I don't really watch movies that often. Part of this whole thing is that punctuation. Good writing doesn't need punctuation. I agree. It also doesn't need a lot of words. At one point in Blood Meridian, the judge and the gang piss on the edge of a volcano to make gunpowder. I don't think that's how that works. I don't believe that's how you make gunpowder. I vividly remember picking up a brand new Pirates of the Caribbean game for the PS2 for $40. Thought it was a bit too much considering we beat it in 3 hours. Well, it was like a movie tie-in game, so yeah, they're a bit shit. Until Dawn is turning into a movie. I mean, it basically was already that. If you play that, there's very little game in there. So I don't know if it's really changing anything. You can just watch a cutscene version of the game right now, and that's the same experience. Only worse because you won't actually have any like say in who lives and dies. Will this spur big companies to make smaller games, kind of like low-budget movies in a way? I don't know, because the thing is, with big companies, they want big profits, and they usually look at smaller games as not making as much profit, even though that's not true. I don't know if anything would spur them into that other than like a video game crash. Big companies are always going to like make big bets. You usually have to rely on indie companies to make the smaller games. Sometimes a big producer will have like a team that's dedicated to making smaller games, like Ubisoft has an entire studio that makes smaller games like the recent Prince of Persia game, and so forth. But that's usually what they limit it to. Can't remember if you said this or someone else, but I remember hearing an argument that instead of making every new IP super expensive and high quality, start smaller scale and then give it to the huge budget if it does well. I agree. Sort of like Hi-Fi Rush, which is a Bethesda game. That is definitely, I would say, a smaller scale game, and they basically like just put it out there and saw what happened, and it did really well. So I'm assuming it's probably going to get a much bigger budgeted sequel now. So who knows? Game streaming on me. The God of War Amazon show starts filming in April, and we still have no idea who the actors are. They probably don't know who the actors are yet. It's becoming more and more of a thing that I've noticed that like actors really get hired at the last minute at times anymore. Or they don't even know what the story is going to be until because they're the amount of money gets spent on some of these projects, Chad, they like guard that script like it's the Ark of the Covenant. You remember the Amazon's Lord of the Rings TV show, Rings of Power? The writing team had to write inside of a locked bunker with security guards. I'm not kidding you. And it was all shit, of course, but that's how they had to write that series, inside of a fucking bunker, guarded with like digital eye scanners and security guards to make sure spoilers didn't get out. And what was the big spoiler they were protecting? This hot human guy is actually Sauron. Oh, wow. Didn't that have like a budget of 500 million? Or I know it was like it's like the biggest budget TV show ever, but it was like terrible. Very, very, very bad. It just disrespected a lot of lore. Wonder if that had any effect on the quality. I would know if I was asked to write a story inside of a bunker and I was like locked in all day. I would start maybe like including some of my frustration in that into what I was writing. Still better than The Witcher. Well, that was coming from a writing team that hated what they were working on. And like, let's just start changing this and make it whatever we want. Guy who played Sauron didn't even know he was Sauron until they were filming the last episode. He assumed the old man was Sauron the entire time. I didn't even watch it, but I just heard about it recently. Or like, heard about details of it. Bezos' nephew literally told him, please don't fuck up Lord of the Rings. I feel bad for the kid. That was everyone who likes Lord of the Rings. Like, please don't do this. Everything you're doing is wrong. It ain't worth it. Money doesn't mean everything, you know. You don't care for Tolkien? Well, too bad. He's basically the reason any fantasy exists. Everything else, everything is just trying to be Tolkien. If it's like high fantasy. It's all inspired by it. Lord of the Rings, D&D, everything is eventually just Lord of the Rings. You can't escape it. Doesn't help that the Tolkien estate won't let anyone have the rights to the actual Lord of the Rings prequel book. It's not really accurate to call that a Lord of the Rings prequel book. It's more of a lore Bible. It's also a very difficult read. Silmarillion? Yeah, I've read that. Got a lot of good lore in there, and it does give you a very good idea of how the world there works and all the characters in it, but it is not an easy read. It is a bit like reading a very long, detailed Wikipedia article. Silmarillion can make great stuff. It could if you're very selective about what you do with it. There's a lot of good stories in it, but it is definitely gives you a lot to work with. But it would be a very different feeling movie or TV show than what people are used to with Lord of the Rings, because Lord of the Rings is toward the end of all this magic and fantasy stuff in the world of Arda, whereas like the Silmarillion is like the highest of high fantasy, when it was like really fantastical, when you had like gods and like demons running around fighting each other and giant spiders drinking up the stars. So you're going to have a very different experience in something like, say, Lord of the Rings if you go with the Silmarillion. No one can use anything from that book at all, so Amazon was forced to make a bunch of stuff up. I know, which is weird because I think, didn't like the guy was very strict about making sure Hollywood didn't get its hands on any more of Tolkien stuff, like his son die, and now it's left to the rest of the estate, and they're like, we want to make money. We want to make money. That's what we want. More money. The one net positive about Lord of the Rings Gollum game, the estate now isn't just giving the property to anyone else. I'm surprised it still exists, honestly. Hey mate, it's been a rough week. Tell me of your problems, God434. What can I do for you? I will activate clown mode and I will honk the nose and you will be happy. Tolkien tried writing a Lord of the Rings sequel book series, but decided that the ending he had was enough. It's something to do with the Sam's daughter and a Sauron cult. I know about the sequel series. It's likely the two blue wizards would have been the villains and like leading a Sauron cult. I don't know, was it Sam's daughter? I thought it was like, it never really got more than like 13 pages before he like stopped, but yeah, kind of glad it didn't happen too. Did you hear about the YouTuber that paid $50,000 to have an animated avatar of himself seduced by the character from Has Been Hotel? Shit was softcore porn in 3 minutes. I saw that actually, yes. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was just like, oh, it's some kind of music video. I will admit it is well animated, but then I heard the story behind it that some YouTuber like went broke animating his wet dream over some animated character, and I was like, damn. Well, you know what? Hope he feels like it was worth it. Hope he feels like he spent that money wisely. Because 50K is a lot of money. What's up, Lucky? How you doing? Amazon knew going in they couldn't use the real lore. They can use some of it that they had the rights to, but not all of it. So they had to make up most of it. When it comes to the Lords, the Rings of Power show. So yeah, most of that is just completely fabricated, not canon. How do you feel about Henry Cavill doing a Warhammer 40K show for Amazon? Honestly, he's probably one of the few that can pull that off because he does look like he fits into the world of Warhammer 40K to a degree. I'm hoping they don't go too crazy with it because it seems like I think they're saying it's not going to be about Space Marines. It's going to be about some other characters in the Warhammer 40K. So it's going to be a smaller scale thing, which is probably a good idea. And he's also a big nerd about Warhammer. So if depending on how much control he has over it, could end up being pretty good. I honestly think that's one thing you can look forward to with maybe allow yourself to feel positive about its future. It's $50,000 is what it was. That shit is near double my fucking house. Just like, hey, he was apparently like a YouTuber who did like rap videos or something, and he spent all of his money on making, softcore porn for him, animated for himself. Look, he probably is very happy with it, alright? Dart's Spidey vid is gone, and the intro is all that he's waiting for. Yeah, it's all gone, done. Yep. I could actually show you guys some of it if I really felt inclined, but I'd rather wait. Rather have you wait for it. But yeah, as soon as Rune sends the intro, I can render it out and let you guys watch it. YouTuber in question is a copyright claiming anyone and everyone who re-uploads the video and or mocks him. I don't blame him. If I spent $50,000 on something like that, I'd protect it like my life depended on it as well. Also, I'd be too ashamed. I would assume, though, if he spent that much money, he wanted to make the money back by displaying it on his channel. Whispers, let Henry play Sephiroth when the inevitable GG FF7 live action. I don't know, he feels like he's too bulky for a Sephiroth. Sephiroth ain't exactly like wide-shouldered, muscular guy. He's more like, twinkified evil. Has Been Hotel animators take less money to animate overall. I don't actually know much about Has Been Hotel, other than that the lady has like a TV show happening based on it or something. From what I heard, it's going to be about either the Inquisitor Eisenhorn or the hero of the Imperium Commissar Kane. Both are very good intro stories for people completely new to the setting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I were him, I would also look to get... There's a lot of fan-created, like, movies when it comes to Warhammer. Some of them very good. They basically create their own CG movies out of Warhammer-like stuff. If I were him, I would see if maybe you could get some of them to help with it, because some of that is they have very like high production value. Early vids for the Patreon piece. What? You think autocorrect may one day start an armed conflict in the future, Dart? I'm assuming diplomats use actual translators. That's what he wanted to do, but it got leaked. Just because something gets leaked doesn't mean it isn't what they're going to do. He has played Superman, though, in keeping with tradition. Do you think Henry Cavill is a Kingdom Hearts fan? I don't know. I think he's mainly into, like, nerdy stuff, like Warhammer and Dungeons and Dragons, right? I don't know if he's into, like, JRPGs. Sephiroth is the semi to Cloud being an Uki. I don't want to learn what those terms mean. Hey Henry, this game series has deep lore. Give it to me now. No, who would he play? in a Kingdom Hearts movie. Who would Henry Cavill play? The only person he could play is like one of the bad guys. Like, you know, the Ansem. Maybe Ansem is all he could really do. Just finished shooting an audition, editing now. Good luck on it. Games Workshop has made a deal with Amazon to basically make a whole universe for Warhammer on Prime. Shows, movies, live action shit, and the Eisenhorn Kane show will be the first. Well, hopefully it turns out well. I wish them luck. Warhammer has like been exploding in popularity in recent years, so it's not too surprising. Ansem? Yeah, Ansem. Hercules? Okay, yeah, he probably could play Hercules. I forgot about that. That's the thing, chat. There's a reason why a Kingdom Hearts series will probably never exist, and that's because of all the Disney stuff in it. You would never be able to get the rights to use every single Disney movie like that for a movie or something. At least I feel like that'd be very difficult to do. While Cavill does have the looks and potential to play Eisenhorn, he said that he only wants to play a Primarch or a Val. It's like, make me a big important person. Just get Henry Cavill to put his tongue down your throat, please. I'm sure if you go on his Twitter and ask him that, he will oblige. Evening, Ragatosh, how you doing, man? How you doing? Remember before I even played a single Kingdom Hearts game, I was convinced man sex was an actual character. What? Man sex? Who lied to you and convinced you so thoroughly? All I ask is whenever these studios jumpstart some new franchise, universe, whatever, stop doing the, oh yes, this is our MCU killer, have a 20-year head start on you and build a dedicated fan base. I don't know. Everything must be big, all right? That's what they've learned. Everything must be big and connected. You don't use Twitter or any real social media. Look, I want you all to be living in like log cabins and like avoiding the internet except for my live streams and YouTube videos. But it seems like it's really hard to do that these days. Seems like it's really hard. I mean, I already like avoided using a lot of it, but even I still have to use some of it. MCU is the comfort food of entertainment. I mean, I don't watch it, but I'm gonna admit it probably has got some good elements to it. I mean, it did successfully put together a shared universe, which ain't easy and hasn't really been done in fiction before. Its time has passed, I feel, and now people need to move on. Guy directed 8 crazy nights, did a few animations for a Kingdom Hearts show. Doesn't mean anything, though. MCU is the MCU killer. After Infinity War, it was down here. So easy. So easy trying to kill off entertainment. Disney did greenlight a Kingdom Hearts show, but after seeing the pilot, the executives were like, what the fuck is this? I can't follow this. Kids can't cancel this. I mean, it's one of the few times I would say the executives were onto something. How would you make a Kingdom Hearts show if given the chance? Well, one, cut out all the Disney stuff. There you go. That simplifies a lot of it. Without having to like constantly shoehorn in a bunch of Disney worlds. I don't know, honestly, it's hopeless. You ain't making that easy to watchable. It's a lost cause. I would rather like pound nails into my tank than try to make it like a Kingdom Hearts movie. Cult to the Lamb sex update. So chat can get free. Chat, I am not letting you have sex in a video game I'm playing. Ain't happening. Don't even think I'm going to give you that. Okay. Okay, last time I was playing this game, we were in the research place where we're warping back and forth between two dimensions. Pound nails into your taint on your OnlyFans with a feet pick. I'm pretty sure you'd actually get kicked off OnlyFans if you did that kind of damage to yourself. I think they probably have some guidelines. OnlyFans is only for feet and fun, not for sadomasochism. Alright, this lady told us we can go pick up the optional stuff from this person down here. Don't have sex in real life, can't have sex in a video game. What is life even worth? You know what? Life is more than sex. There's a lot of good things in life beyond that. Like, Coffee. Yeah, coffee can be pretty nice.
Don't touch the equipment.
Or tea. Tea is even better. I heard you have something for me.
Tatiana Barakova, station's doctor. This is not a public medical facility, but the director has ordered me to assist you nonetheless. I can spare a few med packs. Beyond that, I am not your therapist, your psychologist, or your cosmetologist. If there's anything else you need, ask.
I just want to like, whenever like a Bethesda NPC gets sassy with me, I just want to like, I really want the option is like, you're in a shitty video game. Don't have an attitude with me.
Really? I would have thought you
I could
were
be playing
tougher than
Baldur's
that.
Gate 3 right now, bitch. Heal my wounds.
Hold still. Right. Now, if there is nothing else. I think I still have a few...
Adachrome? I only want the med packs. You know, there's so many different healing items in this game for all these apparently different types of injuries you get, but I never have to use anything but in med packs. Am I missing something about this game's injury system?
Excuse me? Perhaps you'd care to try a dead-end medical post on some god-forsaken planet in the middle of nowhere, huh? 6-year surgical
This lady
residency.
hates being in
Then
these
I
worlds
spend
as
my
much as
days
we hate
getting
having to
paper
go to
cuts
them.
and hurt feelings for a bunch of
Feel
mathematicians
bad for the
and
people that made the
physicists.
better aspects of
And
this
now I have to
game,
deal
which
with
are
some
what?
spacer who thinks they're jumping between universes? Spare me.
What are the good aspects of this game that you recognize? Every once in a while it has a good idea for a mission, I guess like this one. That's about it. Alright, in we go. Actually, I saw a game on Steam I think it was yesterday that I'm thinking of actually playing. Just because it looks neat to me. It's like, what if druids were also a realtor agency? You have to deal with all a bunch of like forest spriggans and like people calling in about, you know, their home being invaded by fairies. It's a weird game admittedly, but I think it might be good for a single stream. I really don't want to deal with unlocking anything anymore. This mission, which is basically a Titanfall 2 mission, is one of those ideas that could be really cool. This mission is a good idea, but the engine is also holding it back from being as cool as it was in, say, Titanfall 2 or Dishonored 2, which did it way better. It's like, once again, they're screwed over by their, you know, reliance on, like, outdated technology. Stream Mystery of the Druids. Funny you should have mentioned, because I actually did think of, like, playing that this year, once I start streaming on YouTube as well. That is, like, again, one of those, like, old point-and-click adventure games I always thought of streaming. I don't know how many of you know of the game Mystery of the Druids, but it is interesting. Bit of, like, video game history. Alright, I guess we gotta go into, like, the portal. Paulson is the only druid I want to talk about.
The security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Carl Urban as the Lion, L. Johnson Primarch of the Dark Angels. A very Warhammer in focused chat tonight. chat, when are we gonna get back to the good times of just like bashing The Last of Us 2 again? Enough of this Warhammer schmarlarky malarkey. How long until using this engine becomes detrimental to Bethesda's prices and therefore... It's already detrimental. It's already making their games worse because they refuse to move on from it. Like, I've hated this engine since I tried playing Fallout 3 and got frustrated with it. But their game design ain't helping either. Have you heard of Sovereign Syndicate? I don't believe I have, no. What is this Sovereign Syndicate? Very bash The Last of Us 1 and 2. What more do you want? I want you to bash that Uncharted PlayStation Vita game. Yeah, go. Tell me all the bad things with it. Ooh, money. I was on PlayStation Vita for one. Has anyone actually played that? The recent release RPG heavily inspired by Disco Elysium, set in a steampunk Victorian... Oh, okay, I actually did see a trailer for that. I don't know, it didn't look that great, if I'm being honest with you. But I could see the influences of it, that's for sure. I do hate the Uncharted series too. This man is full of hate for game. Well, for any narrative-based game, it would seem. Actually, while I was away on my vacation, I took my Steam Deck away with me. If those of you Disco Elysium fans out there, if you're looking for a good game to scratch that particular itch, I recommend the game Norco. I played that, it was really good. What is the purpose of this room? This room... There's nothing to do here. Actually prefer a narrative game, just not Naughty Dogs. Why are we here to suffer every night? Dartigan forced himself to play Starfield for the chance to content his channel. Hey, I'm almost done with this game. Probably at best got maybe 1 or 2 more streams of it. Honestly, I've played worse. Never got the first time you tried Until Dawn, you only got 10 minutes in and you were just like, oh look, open world cliche. Oh look, zombie cliche. Fuck. Until Dawn? Wait, that was the very first game I ever streamed. Were you here for that? Oh shit, what the... Where'd you come from? Dying Light, I mean Dying Light, I was gonna say, I didn't think you'd been watching my stuff for that long. Also, P.Wasteman, thank you for the 25 months. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, man. Thank you for the nice words. Have fun. I'm going to help my buddy with a self-tape. Hope it goes well for you. A lot of auditioning going on in your neck of the woods tonight, apparently. I feel like I'm watching you play a stripped-down version of one of the Fallout 4's DLCs with all these robots. I mean, that is what this game feels like. It feels like Fallout. It's a worse. Actually, when you think about it, what is different about this game other than no VATS other than Fallout? That's it. They just took out VATS and now you have like more loading screens. Gun still looks ugly, so you know, I don't really mind the guns. It's just that there's a few too many of them, who all kind of do the same things. Would you stream Kendo's cut of Resident Evil 2? Kendo's cut? I'm not sure what you mean by this. Is it like a fan-made thing, or is that something else? Well, I'm at the thing. We gotta unlock this. The DLC story? When it comes to streaming Resident Evil, right now my intention is to stream the Resident Evil 4 VR mode, because I now have a PlayStation 5 VR system. So that's the only thing I got planned for, you know, VR streaming. Where should this go? This lock-picking system. This is like the worst lock-picking minigame ever created. I think I've already funked it up again. In your opinion, what's the worst game I've streamed? The worst game I've streamed. It usually comes down to either Assassin's Creed Valhalla or Vampire. In terms of games, I was just like dying inside while playing. I hate this so fucking much. Okay, so I don't want to use that one. Looking forward to Vampire 2. I mean, no sign of it right now, and the developer who made it is currently about to release a new game, so I don't think Vampire 2 is happening. Small miracles, I know. If I do that, then I won't have anything to click into these two as well. Oh, God. The worst. Absolute worst, chat. Like, it would seem like that, but no. You know what? I don't care anymore. I really don't care. Fuck it. Also, why won't it let me use this computer? Oh, because I need to be in, like, the working world, not this destroyed one. Download a lockpicking mod. I need to, like, understand how shitty this game is, so I can't be using mods to make it better. If I make the game better, then I won't be able to criticize it harshly, because now the game is better because I haven't let other people fix it. Alright, let's save before we hit this. Guess what, chicken butt? Feel like I should, like, address that with another proper elementary school level insult, but none of them come to mind because I've just grown too sophisticated. Be sure to carefully recalibrate for remove combat inhibitors. Alright. You are my friend now.
Do not interfere with my tasks.
Redeeming the streamer energy? Sure, I can take a sip. New JoJo Lands chapter came out. Actually, I read that earlier.
Security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Buy a PS3 and send Infamous 1. What an order you've given me. Hey Dartigan, can you go spend like $200 on like a PS3 console and a game? And that way you can make a video on it. It'd be really great if you did that. Love you forever. Kisses. I thought you guys were supposed to be my friends. I know a guy that sells retro consoles. It is not difficult to find someone selling a PS3. Think of the investment you could finally play Wet in Infamous 2. I already own Wet and can play that on an Xbox 3. And I also own Azura's Wrath and can play that on an Xbox 360. Hey Dartigan, have you added the subs to the FF16 sins? No, I have not had time to go back and do that. I'm beginning to wonder when I will too. Because that's a lot of subs, that's about possibly 2 days worth of work. So it'll have to be like in between me working on a new video after releasing another one. So it's hard to find a good moment for that. Isn't YouTube supposed to actually like create subs itself automatically after, you know, on videos? It doesn't seem to have done that. Can ChatGPT do it? It wouldn't do it in any way that's good. There's many things that can automatically like do that, but there's always like, I literally like in my editing software can automatically do it. But I always have to like fix the mistakes because it always doesn't hear you properly. And will sometimes like make it, you'll think you've said something that you haven't actually said. I once had to go through an entire video correcting a racial slur it kept putting in a video, in my subtitles. Kept thinking I was saying some other word when I was saying something else. But no, I don't want to deal with your stupid lock minigame. When you move to YouTube, are you streaming at earlier times for your Euro viewers? I haven't decided on that yet. I'm just gonna first see how I'm gonna still be streaming on Twitch as well. I want to see how that goes first before I make any like massive changes to anything else. Like start streaming there or add that to my streaming services and then see how well it does. And then I'll make decisions afterward. Why did that robot go flying? I'll just get over there. Game doesn't have much of a soundtrack? No, it does not. But then again, Bethesda games rarely ever have. Alright, let me try this one. Skyrim had a good... Skyrim had one good theme song, and that was it. Which is really the Elder Scrolls theme song, just applied differently. I can't remember a single other tune from Skyrim. I think I might have found it. Place where I'm meant to be, chat. In the fucking trash. I remember pissing off a giant getting yeeted. Everyone did that, and everyone loved it, and then they patched that out because that was not supposed to be in it. And then I think actually people started creating mods to put that back in there because everyone liked it so much. Like, no, I want to be sent into space when the giant smashes me. Gesundheit. Another car. Okay, they've made this mission kind of suck now. It just won't end. Why not double down on it and make giant launching part of the Elder Scrolls lore? Because Bethesda's doesn't have good ideas, that's why. Anti-personnel modified Big Bang. I will check this out. Forget what I already have equipped. Hell's Cutter, Unrestrained Vengeance, Storm Nova Blaster, that sword, Sindri modified that. Grenade, Alright, where am I headed to now? You stopped playing Skyrim when it kept bugging out on you. Like I said, the bugs are half the fun of the experience. Are you interested in the Fallout London mod coming out in April? Fallout London? I know nothing about it. Is it for Fallout 4? Because I never even played that game. Total overhaul for Fallout 4, huh? Like, the only big Elder Scrolls mod I'm really even remotely interested in is, like, the one that takes Morrowind and puts it into Skyrim, in, like, the Skyrim engine. Sky, or whatever it's called, I think it is. Or maybe it's Sky Oblivion, I forget. But even that I'm not terribly interested in. Alright, let's fix this place. Pretty good weapon. Override lockdown, accelerator control room. Skyrim sounds like a sex act. I feel like you can turn any word into that though. If you think it depends on the mind, assume learning the word before it becomes dirty. But I turned off the thing. Lockdown override. Alright, whatever, I did a good. The Dartigan is where you sin every moment your partner makes turns. That is not going to be good sex, I will tell you that much. I don't recommend that. Don't recommend that. This gun's pretty good, chat.
System failure. Catastrophic damage.
You wouldn't recommend Dartigan for sex either? Okay, you're twisting my words.
System failure.
Alright, is this it? Is this the end of this mission? Or is it going to overstay its welcome? Your gun looks like a printer someone turned... Yeah, it feels like I'm like putting together a PC when I reload it. Override lockdown. Oh god. It just keeps going. Get to the lab. Gonna give you a cheeky Charles. Okay, chat, none of you are ever allowed to invent sex. You're all terrible at it. I mean, names, that is.
Unable. Repair not possible.
Get to the lab. Doesn't have the same appeal, does it? Okay. Shit, I probably shouldn't have grabbed either of those. Why are you playing this game when you could play Baldur's Gate 3? Because I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 as a party and not just by myself, so I'm waiting to see if that's going to be, doable or not. But I'm also probably going to be making a video on this. This is going to be up for vote in the Spider-Man 2 video, so might as well get it finished. Just how the job goes. Sometimes I gotta play this shit. Don't you worry though, Chad. I am insured. I am video game insured. I will not die to this. I'll not be weakened by it. I think sending this game would be a given. I mean, it's full of them. It would be very easy. It wouldn't even be very long because there's actually not much to cover. A deep recon space helmet or a nuclear fuel rod. Let me just stick that in my pocket. Dart still has to play Assassin's Creed new game. That doesn't really scare me though. Because apparently that's not exactly a long game, and it's like more like the older ones used to be. It just doesn't seem very interesting. Any update on Kate? I know she said she's super busy. I texted her today. I just haven't heard back to her. Haven't heard back from her, I mean. Oh, I think I see. Called Mirage because it isn't real. Can't hurt you then. You do end up doing a solo run of Baldur's Gate 3. Do you think you'll pick a different character race class? More than likely, yeah. I only wanted to play the bard so I could annoy people with music and other like stupid jokes. I'd probably like play something else, yeah. Have you met Mizora? Is she the blue drow lady that works for like that leads the goblins? That's Minthara, then no, I don't think I've met the other one you're talking about. Does it ever bother you in games where you're supposed to be a badass soldier who can't sprint for more than 5 seconds? I find that annoying when the stamina system is overly punitive. But that's always like an issue of like bad game design, and it does make the character seem a bit silly if they can't run for more than 10 seconds. But yeah, I usually find it's not that bad these days. It feels like a lot of developers figured out that people hate it when they can't, like, well, no, because this game does it, never mind. But it's Bethesda, so I'm not surprised they suck. But yeah, it's really annoying, but I usually just, like, knock it up to bad game design rather than just like, oh, look at this silly, you know, buff main character who can't, you know, doesn't do his cardio. Actually, I know a lot of, there's plenty of dudes who are really buff who can't do cardio for shit. So it's not entirely unrealistic.
Massive damage.
You're running a sorcerer? I was thinking of maybe playing a paladin if I did a solo run. Probably a gnome bard. That's actually what I am. In my, like, team-based play. Alright, I guess we're going to the portal again because I see nothing else in here. Yeah, Dark Urge. I was actually, can you do a paladin Dark Urge run? It seems like being a Dark Urge guy would kind of like make being a paladin really, really hard. That did not help me any. You're doing this mission? Yeah, it's starting to get annoying because it's going on a little bit too long. That would be spoilers if I told you what would happen if you do a Paladin Dark Urge. Ah. I see. Thank you for not spoiling them. Ran a whole playthrough with Shadowheart and Romance Lizelle. I always forget that actually your party is actually all playable. You can have them be your main character. Which would feel weird to me after having them be party members because they can't really talk once you play them as your main character. I literally feel like I'm fighting Fallout monsters right now. The actress read thirst comments about her lately. You know, I actually found out that Tifa's voice actor from FF7, remake, tends to really like it when you post weird thirsty comments at her. And even has made like a bunch of dirty jokes herself on her X account. And then I also read about how Cloud's voice actor really hates shipping today. He's like, you people always getting horny over all these characters and want to be like fucking downright weird. Stop it. You're ruining it. You just call it Twitter. I usually call it X, formerly known as Twitter. You know, it's a new name. Oh yeah, I never actually get all the stuff to make any of these, so looks like no mods for this run. Leon's voice actor for the remakes hates the fans because they keep sending him nude mods of Leon. I would probably get annoyed at that too if people kept sending me nude versions of my CG self. How do you, I mean, how does one actually deal with that? I mean, that basically puts you in the same situation as some woman receiving a bunch of unwanted dick pics. It's like, I didn't ask for this. Stop it. Problem I have with the Fallout games, the crafting system wants so much random crap that I can never remember. Yeah, I know, it's actually way too much. And so I'm not even bothering modding anything in this game because one, the amount of weight I can carry is so low to keep enough stuff on me to mod, and then to get it, it's so much of a pain in the ass, I don't even care. And it doesn't even seem like I need it. I'm doing plenty enough damage with weapons I'm finding. Hayden Christensen was doing an interview and was like, I appreciate the fan fiction, but can you keep sex stuff between Anakin and Obi-Wan away from me? Fans are weird. You just got to accept that. And they're horny. They're so very horny. And when you combine those two things, you get, well, fan fiction, and it's only getting more and more advanced because people are animating it these days. Who isn't horny? Everyone is. It's built into us as a way of making sure there's always people. But there's some people who want to include, the public in their horniness. And that's no good. That ain't cool. That's what we call rude.
possible.
Fallout 4 had a good item to tag items you need to craft and would highlight those objects in the world, but it shouldn't have been a skill you had. Yeah, that's another thing with Bethesda design. They put really useful stuff, quality of life stuff behind, in their actual tech tree that you gotta get to and unlock it. They do that. There's stuff in this game that's like that. This gun run on inkjet cartridges? I think so. It's what I was reminding me of. Which makes this a very expensive gun to use. Fallout 4 for like one step forward, two steps back. Like, who decided to gut the conversation trees? Or combination, the stats, skills, and perks into the same thing. I mean, I will give this game one thing of positivity. Not that it actually is even really that much of a positive. They did go back to using actual, like, the lines of dialogue. I mean, they're still very simplified. But it's no longer basically a smiley face, a sad face, and then just like a neutral face for your conversation engine. It still is, like, bottom of the barrel. Nothing really worth looking at and, like, being impressed by. But they did realize, I guess, that, you know what, people didn't like that. So, there you go. Okay, I guess I gotta use the portal again. It's because the MC isn't voiced in this one. That was unfortunately required because of FO4's main character's voice. It's not required because, as Baldur's Gate 3 demonstrated, you can have a great deal of nuance in your RPG, dialogue trees. It's just they didn't want to do that because they're lazy. Disengage the power interlocks, and there's 7 of them? Mike, you have a good night, man. Once you played Baldur's Gate 3, you started comparing it to other RPGs. I really only compared it to this one, honestly, because they came out kind of close together, and one really showed what one was doing wrong with the other that the other one could be doing, and basically made it really hard, I feel, for Bethesda to ever make an RPG again and be seen as good. If when you have that as an example. It's really just the difference in effort is really all Baldur's Gate 3 is versus this. There's like way more effort and love that went into their game. So what are you saying is Starfield needs orcs? Yes, that is my point I'm trying to make. Starfield needs orcs. Everything could actually use more orcs.
Catastrophic damage.
More. You need to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 at some point. They're very good games. They are old. They are kind of old though, so whether you like them or not, I'm gonna assume you probably would actually like Larian's other games, the Divinity Original Sin games, more than you would like them, unless you're into like old RPGs. Right, last one. Drop down. Played the original years ago, but never finished them. Like they are very different from like Baldur's Gate 3. They're not exactly the same thing. You might also consider Neverwinter Nights from BioWare. That was also a really good Dungeons and Dragons game. Probably one of the best outside of Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3. Probably won't happen, but I personally wish for Icewind Dale. I never played any of the Icewind Dale games. I do like that people like Larian as a developer now can probably make any RPG they want as long as they go there and like, you know, tell them like, hey, we want to make your game. They got a lot of clout now. What is this? Find Equinox. Antibiotic paste. Security power pack. And now I'm a little heavy, chat. Put on a few too many pounds. Gonna have to like drop some stuff. It was easy to get rid of this shit because I'm never gonna use it. How is space start? Space is very much like Ohio. That's how I would describe it. So it doesn't really feel like space. Can Larian have Dragon Age IP? I don't think BioWare will give that one to them, but there's better options. 2B or A2? Are you talking about like which one I would rather like play as, or something more scrupulous? Are you asking me which one would be my waifu? I feel like you're asking me which one is my waifu. Larian made Mass Effect? There's an idea. BioWare is likely on the brink of being closed down and they have to watch another company make bank with their original IP. Well, pretty much none of the people who currently work at BioWare were there for those IPs. All the original BioWare people have long since left. So there's not like there's that many like wet eyes out there. Like, I can't believe it. As for them going under, it's a possibility. Right now, they seem like they're banking everything on the next Mass Effect and Dragon Age, which are still a ways off, it seems as well, so... If those end up flopping, who knows, maybe. How's the weather? Very cold.
Ah, there you are. Welcome back. Ethan, how are we doing?
Research levels back online. Definitely some damage, but it could be a lot worse.
Mass Effect isn't a finished series, they're making a new one.
Yes, well, that's a small price to pay, all things considered.
No
This
series
is
is
a
ever
lot to take in.
finished, you know.
Artifacts, multiple universes.
Look on the bright side, dear. Just imagine the papers you'll publish.
If anyone even believes this.
I am curious, though. Why did you decide to stay here, with us?
I didn't actually have a choice. I only got to pick one. I didn't get to pick an option. The other universe, you were all dead. This was the better outcome. Raphael died to save you. I wanted to honor that.
Of course. I'll make sure the consortium remembers his sacrifice. Our next supply ship will be arriving soon. I'll have a full report ready.
God,
for
I'm
them.
still waiting for a a
For
Jade
now,
Empire sequel.
I'd like
Fuck
to
Mass Effect
extend
and
our
Dragon Age.
gratitude and what
Let 'em make
compensation
that.
I can offer for everything we've
You think
produced.
Baldur's Gate 3 made people more positive about
This has been
towards
a
turn-based
truly
RPG
remarkable
combat in the way they
experience.
did it? Yes, it seems like it did. That game sold tremendously well, way above what anyone expected. Just realized I got a lot of points to spend. Give me more health. And carrying capacity? Sprint for, oh, I gotta sprint for 1,000 meters. See, this is really annoying. You can't even level stuff up by putting points into it. You gotta do a challenge. See, I've got rank 1, but if I want rank 2, I gotta sprint for 1,000 meters while it's 75% or more of your maximum load capacity. Fuck you, game. Physical damage reduced by 5%. Unlock ability to unlock combat slide. Gain 10 resistance, airborne, environmental. Unlock energy damage reduced by 5%. Whatever, we'll do more damage. Kill 20 enemies. Yeah, we're doing pretty well with the particle beam right now. Maybe I want something else. Med packs, trauma packs, and restored. Yeah, let's rank that up. Now I gotta use healing items 50 times while wounded. Oh god, I hate you. New idea, a Larian-made masquerade. You mean a vampire the I would love it if they actually made one. That'd be great. They'd be perfect for it, in fact. Probably won't happen, though. Fine, I'll put it into this. Oh yeah, I can't. Okay, we're just gonna sit on this point then. God, they're just like real people, Chad. They're shimmering and like rubbing against each other. So immersed.
Howdy. Why are you here?
That's why. Problem? You want to have an attitude with me again when I'm in a bad mood? Didn't think so. You don't have to manage inventory like I do, sir. You keep your snotty remarks to yourself. Gotta make myself lighter. This is worse in every way. This is a legendary and it's still kind of shit compared to these normals. Did you design the MC to look like you? Sort of, but not entirely. How do I get out of this place, by the way? This place was huge and I do not know where the exit is. Exit, there we go. Let me out. Never coming back again. Going back to my ship. I look like a Yakuza character. I don't have a big enough tattoo on me to be a Yakuza character. Is there a map? I guess, but ain't gonna help you much. Look at this map. Look at this. I know what you're trying to do. Where is my ship, actually? Message. Acquire the power on Ore. Save power. Apparently he's got to get new powers. Go to Nova Galactic Research Station. Wait for the service in a couple days. Okay, let's go get ourselves some powers, chat. Space powers. They're good, right? Everybody wants them. Everybody needs them. Let us leave this terrible place. Who made this? Let's start blaming the mess on her. Who threw all this shit all over the place? Uranium? Hope you enjoy the radiation sickness. It's never our fault. Watching this and making you want to play the Outer Worlds, a better choice, obviously. I just realized I need to be recording this, too. Not that I missed anything, really, there. By the way, your character is hurt, that's why he keeps making the groaning noise. Good. He'll grow stronger through suffering. You going to bed, Jim? Have a good day, man. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Don't forget to use a couple extra quilts. Seems cold over there. Okay. acquire the power. Your ship doesn't have enough fuel capacity. Oh, wonderful. Lovely. This is why we want you to suffer, so you can grow stronger, become a better man, better gamer. You know, ever since I bought this new ship, it feels like I can't make as many jumps. I can only do, like, usually you'd be able to like jump from 2 planets, and now I can only jump to 1 at a time. Getting a little annoying. Minus 4 degrees where you're at. It's still above 0 where I'm at. It was like 22 degrees, but it got down to like 6 degrees last night. Can you imagine being a NEET in deep space? That is the best place to be a NEET. Who's gonna bother you out there until you get a job? Who's gonna, like, interrupt you when you're having intimate time with your, like, Dakimakura? Nobody. No taxes in space yet. Think they won't get around to that? Space will never be a libertarian place. It's either going to be like deep capitalism or like wretched communism. Either way, you're fucked.
Alright, you're good. Welcome to Aquila City.
How many, like, cities or, well, Bethesda, air tags cities are there in this game? So far, there's like the college campus where the lodge is at. There's like a cowboy town. Then there's like Neome. I think there's like a few, right? But most of them you don't even have to go to. Scanner anomaly.
There may not be life here, but we should still be cautious.
You know what? I recognize you're deeply philosophical, but I just found out I have internal bleeding. Press R to start an outpost? I think not. It's not the temple I'm looking for. Oh, cool. The game crashed. Wonderful. Shadowheart, Lazel, Shadowheart. Chat, the game is trying its best to make me stop. It wants me to leave. This game is actually a need now that we had this conversation going about it. This game is like, leave me alone, Mom. I don't want to get a job. This is a game that wants to be playing other video games, chat. Doesn't even realize what it is. Like, this game would rather be playing Baldur's Gate 3. While romancing Lysel. So yeah, the little scanner distortions, yeah, that's how you find it, right? Hey, Furious Impulse, feeling the Bethesda magic yet? Yes, but it's all, you know, blood magic. This ain't the good, this is the stuff they warn you about in fantasy series, like, oh, stay away from the dark magic. It's unholy. But how you doing, Furious? You having a good day? I have an itch that I can't scratch and it's pissing me off. Where is it located on your body that you actually can't scratch it? How much further we got to go? You can fart hard enough to itch your inner butt cheek. Good information you're sharing with us tonight. You know, I don't think that's water, game. I think that's a rock. Sorry I'm late. Had to drink extra coffee so I can stay awake through this bullshit. You know what? I feel a little insulted that you need coffee. No, I'm fine. Drink what you gotta drink. But hey, hope it was some good stuff. It's powerful. It just seems like I get so many more attacks. Are you talking about who's better character in Baldur's Gate 3? I think it's obvious that in terms of combat, Lysel is like probably the best in the game, actually. Where Shadowheart is more like, you know, she'll keep you alive really well. If you want to do damage, like Lysel or like Karlach is probably the better option. What would you rate this game out of 10? Do I have to give it a number? What about an emoji? Some things, you know, can't be expressed numerically. Alright, Chad, are you ready to do the cool, like, little power puzzle, you know, 3 times in a row? Like we're going to? On a scale of shit, how many Assassin's Creed Valhallas would you... Honestly, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is still a far worse experience. I will play this any day of the week over Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Start the reactor. How do you measure your waist with a ruler? Stick it up your ass and multiply by... What? Alright, I'm not sure I get this joke, but hey, I think it is a joke. Boom. Equals the universe. We got solar flare. gained a quantum essence, chat. Why temples are not a dungeon full of aliens to kill? No. This game is already tiresome enough. It's preferable they leave the power dungeon simple, in my opinion. Right, we now have solar flare. Tap into the power of the sun and release a directed orb of searing hot plasma. Use a quantum essence. What is that actually? What is the increases starborn power regeneration speed for 6? What does this quantum essence do again? Alright, what is the when you kill like a starborn, you get their quantum essence. I don't know what it does though. Is it just increased starborn power regeneration speed for 60 seconds? Okay, they're like temporary things. They're not okay. That's a waste. Like a mana potion for star pack. God, even that idea is lame. Alright, let's see what my ball does.
Your abilities are truly amazing.
I literally shoot a pixelated ball. Neat, I guess. Alright. We have to get back to our ship, though. Also, Scorpio, man, thank you for the 14 months. Was rewatching your Metal Gear Solid videos and realized how stupid the idea of a portable nuclear device is. Essentially an RPG tip with a nuclear warhead. That, what use is that to anyone, let alone Vulcan? The thing is, though, that is real. That is actually based off it's called the Davy Crockett. And the idea was having a small nuclear weapon you could deploy quickly by army forces to like act as like a tactical delaying weapon, destroy like moving columns of like troops. Yeah, the Davy Crockett thing that Vulcan shoots is based off a real weapon. It was never deployed, but it was created, and there's actually you can watch a test video of it, of the nuke being shot. So, of all the things you could pick out as calling stupid in Metal Gear Solid, you pick the one thing that is based off a real piece of equipment. Safe as hell? No, well, obviously not. You're having soldiers be close to like a nuclear bomb going off, but, you know, they didn't really worry too much about that. They had other priorities, like stopping the commies. Right, power from Orbirum. Okay, acquire the power on Orbirum. What else do we got? Yeah, let's go there. Power on Orbirum. Can I, like, go back directly to space from here? I thought I could. Alright, cool, it's right next to me. Real things can be stupid too? Yeah, definitely. But hey, this one of the dumbest thing in all of Metal Gear Metal Gear today is still in Metal Gear Solid 2, and that is that if I'm not being shot at. But I was just saying the dumbest thing is that tiny little box that makes you immune to bullets in Metal Gear Solid 2, because it is so stupid. There's no way it would ever work. Creating a magnetic field strong enough to actually repel bullets around yourself takes a massive amount of power, and there's no way it would not be noticeable. Like anything magnetic near you would get flung away from you, so every time Fortune walked anywhere, like metal or anything near her should go flying. Like, it would affect everything around her, not just bullets. And it's also had, where was it on herself? I'm assuming it must have been inside of her gun, because she was wearing nothing but like a leotard the entire game. So she must have, like, she was convinced she was immortal, but I'm guessing she must have always been carrying around this 1-ton railgun. And it is done. And also, where did it go in Metal Gear Solid 4? Like, a big part of Metal Gear Solid 4 was making, like, you know, liquid, like, immune to bullets by controlling all the smart guns. Like, why not just put, you know what, some of these magnetic little, you know, shields on yourself and all your soldiers? Boom, done. Oh, with the Davy Crockett was the range of the weapon was within the Fallout range. Yes, that was one of the issues why it was never deployed. But they did test it all the way out to making it work. Played a demo of Prince of Persia game. Trust me, it ain't worth it. I think it speaks for everyone when I say go to hell, Ubisoft. I heard it was actually, you know, decent, but not anything great. Does the Davy Crockett thing also come with a coonskin hat? No. That just called it Davy Crockett because, hey, you gotta name it something. Would have been nice though, wouldn't it? Or some stickers. Do you know about any other weird weapons for war that weren't entirely deployed? Oh yeah, there's plenty. Like, technically, another one from Metal Gear Solid 3 is the idea of, like, personal little levitation platforms. That was something the military was testing out. As, like, little basically flying saucers that had, like, little rocket engines in the bottom that they would, like, allow soldiers to float around on. So that was sort of based off that. A lot of the goofier stuff sometimes in Metal Gear Solid has been, like, based off, you know, things that military has tried and just failed to make. I thought it sucked they didn't have any decency to have a boss you could try out in the demo. Oh, well, maybe the demo just didn't do a good job of it. Give me some, you know, credits.
That can be arranged.
Give me money.
Thanks again for the help. UC out.
Land. Bullets are made from non-magnetic metals, so they wouldn't be deflected. Yeah, I'm assuming she only ever, like, thought she was immune. Like, did she never try to drown herself or hang herself since she wanted to die so bad? Or maybe she just wanted to die in combat, so the only thing she would allow was someone to shoot at her. But, as you said, a lot of bullets would not be magnetic and would not be affected by it. Honestly, he should have just made her psychic, like he kind of did at the end. That was just a way better explanation than, like, magnetic shield. And like I said, any amount of... for a magnetic field to be strong enough to, like, redirect a bullet when it's a foot away from you, that would... Wait, I thought... I actually took off again. Shit. So stupid. The wrong button. Any magnetic field strong enough to do that would... It would disrupt everything around you and require so much power it'd be like probably burning hot, whatever's doing it. Lead isn't magnetic. And most bullets aren't really made with lead though these days, I don't think, are they? Germans tried putting bombs in dead rats, but it didn't work well for them. They also tried coming up with a bomb that they attached to a dog that they trained to run under tanks. They had like a lever on it. The idea was the dog would be trained to run under a tank, and as it went under the tank, the lever would be depressed, and the bomb would go off. But I think like immediately after releasing the dogs, they like ran under like some German military equipment and blew them up instead. So like, you know what? That didn't work. Wasn't a great idea. Like it's over this way. In fact, if she has a magnetic field around her that powerful, the gun she's using probably would be flung away from her. U.S. Army deployed bat bombs in Japan. Bat bombs? What did these do? Oh shit. My bad. Try to train dolphins to carry bombs. But you know, the dolphins are used when it comes to like coastal defense, at least by Russia, I think. Wait, why am I shit. Do I have anything to heal myself with? Extreme solar warning, suit protection depleted. Oh, I'm dying. I'm also poisoned. I'm also addicted to stimulant addiction. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Treats contusions, lacerations, and puncture wounds. Do I have anything to like stop my internal bleeding? Treats all afflictions. There we go. What do I got now? I just got extreme solar radiation. I got a sunburn. Game had potential, which is why it sucks so much. Yeah. Here's the thing. There's too much in it and none of it is good. So they attach bombs to bats and release them in Japan. The bats would fly into the darkness. The overhangs and buildings, the bombs would detonate. Did that work? Feels like that probably didn't work very well. Because it's way easier to just like drop bombs from planes. There's an American weapon called Who Me that would emit the stench of shit, but was quickly discarded because it kept firing on the users. How far away is this stupid thing? Resident Evil 5 does have co-op. I got you a copy. Let's hope it doesn't. One complaint I've heard about this game was that it shouldn't have been set during the Colonial War that's often mentioned in-game rather than the... I mean, would that really matter? It's not... This engine can't do a war, chat. You had a civil war going on in Skyrim. You remember what that was? Usually like 5 to 10 people at best have a little skirmish here and there. It would not be the improvement you think it is. Please. Where is thing? You do realize Dartigan hates that game? Which game are we talking about? Hate is a strong word. I feel like I'm no closer to this stupid temple. Resident Evil 5? Well, I like Wesker at the very least. I'm reminded of a quote from the King of the Hill. He hates strong words. That's why I used it. Yeah, the whole hate is a strong word thing is usually just someone trying to like give you a like philosophical reason, like you shouldn't hate. Hate is too strong of a word. You dislike someone, right? Hey, where it be? I don't see an entrance anywhere. There it is. Okay, am. Well, that's a different type of hate. That's machine hate. Temple new.
Seeing this just highlights how little we still know about the Starborn.
I'd rather visit a Temple Uwu. The Knights of no Ni. But I get ya. I get ya. Let's think of funnier jokes anything this game could ever write. Here's the entrance. Captivating gameplay, I know, right? Like I said, this game is such a fucking waste of space. Like, I don't want to do any of the stuff it's, like, built itself on, because none of it's fun. There's nothing to explore. They just give you a bunch of empty space, and I don't want to touch any of it. I'm assuming it's up there, because I don't see anything around the base of this thing. Can you even get up there, though? Okay, I think I see. This one completely an attack-only playthrough of FF7. He's now doing a no junction in FF8. What challenge do you think would be good for FF9? I guess no ability. Really all you can do is like choose to have no abilities by equipping nothing but no other new weapons or something. Like, because you can't control when you have trance go off. All you can control is like, you know what? I will not be learning new spells. So getting to the top of this wasn't the point? Wasn't where the entrance was at? I hate everything about Bethesda and their game design. I hate everything about them. Or maybe it is down here somewhere and I just didn't see it. It's right here. Why even give it all that up there? You can climb up. There's nothing to reason. Not being able to control when trance went off was the worst decision they made. A little bit, but then again, trance was so powerful. If you could like build it up and save it for a boss fight and then just pop it off and have an entire team in trance mode, it would be a little overkill. So they'd have to like significantly weaken trance to make it, you know, more suitable. Can you open? Something wrong? These doors have never been like this before. Oh, forgot. When you have scanner out, you can't hit a button. Ugh. Alright. Time for new space. I haven't even used this one yet. On an enemy, that is. Chat, I want you to guess who at Bethesda came up with this idea of like, yo, for every time you get a new power. You think it was Todd? Had to be Todd, right? This does seem like a Todd Howard idea to me. Shit, I missed that one. What'd I get? Raider's Peace. Fill your foes with the silent calm of the universe, compelling them to temporarily abandon their weapons. I can namaste my enemies now. Namaste. Drop your wait, that's just a drop your weapons, scum. We are not RoboCop. These abilities are really similar. Well, that is what they are as shots. Only actually a little bit lamer. There's nothing equivalent to Fus Rodan in this game. Or at least it doesn't feel like it. Alright, we can now head back to our ship. And actually, what is our next mission? Okay. Go to Nova Galactic Research and wait for the service powers from beyond. Acquire the power on... Oh, we can acquire another power. Do another one. Actually, I think I missed the... Oh no, I didn't miss that. Wait, still more. 4 days. Alright, I guess we'll go do the power. Acquire the power. And then we'll go do the service. And then finally go to the Galactic Research Station. Look at those boring side quests. Maybe I'm missing out on the good ones, actually. Alright. So we're going to Orbium 2. Is that where I'm going? Sure. Actually, it says it's right there, though. I'm like right at the place. Apparently, there are 2 powers in this place. Works for me. You've always hated Bethesda. I'm just glad people are finally seeing through their bullshit and not... Chad, you have no idea how long I've been an anti-Bethesda guy. But they just got forgiven again and again. Like after Oblivion, like Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, New Vegas. Even though that was by a different developer. Still the same engine in that game. And then even Fallout 4. They were just forgiven, like, they were allowed to slide because through so much shit they should not have been allowed to let slide. And it's really only after Fallout Vault 76 and now this that people are like, you know what? Fuck Bethesda. So it's been pleasing to see people turn around on them and no longer willing to accept their subpar horseshit.
Perhaps not the sort of place on which one would settle down.
Over there, right? Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas has good writing. That is all it has. Everything else is still the same as any other Bethesda game. Still has to play using the engine they made for Fallout 3. And uses most of the materials they made for all the stuff they made in Fallout 3. They just reused it again. Let's see, how many days do I got until this one mission? We have time to do this and then like go there and like wait. Skyrim even playable without mods? Yes, I played it without mods when I played through it. Strongly disagree with your take on Fallout. What is the gameplay of Fallout New Vegas that is different from Fallout 3 then? Because I tried playing New Vegas and I didn't notice any real difference in gameplay. I feel like I'm on Antarctica and not an actual different planet right now. At least Fallout and Elder Scrolls had personality. This is I agree on that. Yes, those did have some personality, and it was fun to explore to a degree. Whereas this is soulless, lifeless, feels boring and useless. And we're on the path. That's realistic. That's how space is. That I feel like that's them coping. They knew this was a mistake, but they couldn't. They're too late in development to fix it and do anything interesting with it. They had to stick with the decisions they made. So that's just them trying to like cope and come up with an explanation for why. Yeah, turns out planets that don't have anything on them are kind of boring. Which should have given you an idea that maybe you shouldn't, make a game about exploring boring planets. This is Passion Project. This is the game they spent the last like almost decade making, instead of like an Elder Scrolls game. But you know what? Maybe they needed this failure, so maybe Elder Scrolls can fly. Maybe now that they realize they've pushed their current design as far as they can push it and people will allow for, maybe now they'll be forced to change things up. I mean, they won't. They're confident this still works and sells. I mean, this game did sell very well. I mean, financially, this game was like a massive success. The only thing that did better than it was in like Baldur's Gate 3. But there's got to be at least some of their pride hurt, right? Like their pride had to be like, yeah, when they saw the reviews and everyone like bashing it, and then everyone like praising Baldur's Gate 3. There had to be some pride damage. Unless they're just completely out of touch. Do you see all the awards that won at VGA's Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, I remember it won Game of the Year. In between all the trailers for other games that got announced. No, this won a lot of VGA... the video game awards? Oh, you're being sarcastic, I see. I was gonna say, I watched the VGAs and it didn't win any. It was only even nominated for like RPG of the Year or something. Suddenly it's over here. Oh, this is it. I walked right past it. Steam gave this the most innovative game. Well, that's because people get a vote on the Steam stuff.
I do not think I could tire of seeing these magnificent structures.
Really? You couldn't? I've seen a couple that don't even care anymore. Don't lie to me, NPC. Can't, it's just so magnificent. I can never tire of it. Let's do it like a dozen more times. One people I saw defend this game also brought up console war bullshit. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're... I can't blame Xbox guys, or like who are big fans of that, from defending the hell out of it, because they're starved. I feel bad for them, honestly. Like, if you're not like a PC gamer and you're only getting that Xbox from your parents or whatever, yeah, there's been slim pickings. And this was like the first big, like, exclusive anyone could talk about on Xbox for a while. Wait for the next one to appear. Did the next one appear? Red Dead Redemption 2 won an award for best open ongoing support by developer, something like that, after they killed off. That's pretty dominant. I am become space god thing. But it's, you know what, being a space god actually turns out it's kind of boring. What do we get? Reactive shield. System. We are now gonna wait for the service. Our mission, wait 4 days. Naughty Dog probably going to be remastering Last of Us 1 to bring... Chat, I'm going to think you'll get a remaster of The Last of Us 1 and 2 on the PlayStation 6 when that launches as well. Well, actually, you'll get a remaster of like 1, 2, and then the third game that will probably have been out by then. I feel it's going to become a tradition that whenever a new console releases, you get the entirety of the Last of Us trilogy or whatever, how many games, remastered once more.
Fortunate that Walter has used his considerable funds to maintain the lodge, are we not?
Morale in the lodge has been measurably reduced.
Last of Us and Naughty Dog, Scar. Might as well be. They really did, you know, start to believe their own hype that was like the video game Jesus. Wait until the memorial. Let me, like, save first. You never know when one of these games is going to screw up. Hey, your dad's still dead?
Hi. No. I can't handle this. Dad.
Don't worry, he's
Dad
alive. Should we like...
Everyone keeps saying things.
You know, your dad is technically alive. He's
Mom?
from a different universe.
Grandpa. So many people. Is this supposed to make everything okay? Make everyone feel better? What's the point? It's not going to change anything.
I have to keep living.
Every day is going to be worse now. Don't you get that? I want to be alone for a while, okay? I kept...
You one of Sam's consolation people? Lillian Hart. He probably never mentioned me.
You know, I just realized how probably
I try
expensive
not
and
to talk
annoying it
about
is to
him,
like
so
cross an entire galaxy to go to a
That's a terrible
funeral
thing to
in this
say.
future.
Cora's mother, Sam's ex.
Like you have
God,
to
I'm
imagine
rambling.
traveling light years to attend a funeral
I
or
don't know
wedding
who I
chat.
should speak to about this, but Cora and I talked, and she's coming to live with me.
You wish they remastered Eternal Darkness? I wish Nintendo would acknowledge they still own Eternal Darkness. Or maybe make a new one, because that still, the rights to that still are with them, you know?
That's a generous offer, but I've wanted more time with my daughter.
Hold
for
up a second.
years. Not under
This
circumstances
is
like
Cowboy
this.
Dude's wife,
But it's best
and
she's
that's
with
their
family.
daughter?
We'll be leaving soon.
I...
So say your goodbyes to her, if you like.
Okay. Sam's ex, yeah, but she said this is their daughter. But... Adopt... I don't... They don't mention adoption. Hold up. Yeah, the Adam Jensen voice guy. Stepdaughter? No, they said that's their... They don't mention adoption. Maybe it skipped a generation. Who cares? It's just a bit odd that these two very white people had what looks like a biracial kid, even though neither of them... She cheated. A possibility. It's a possibility. Ahem, who cares? This is the stuff I gotta, make mention of, you know. Just because, one, it's funny, and two, it's like, I think this is them, like, because of that, something they changed during development, and they didn't really change the way Cora looks. Got a John Redcorn situation. Oh. Don't worry, he wasn't your real father. You're just gonna keep saying who cares, though? Why? Must be one of those Walmart family commercials I heard about. Maybe she got tan from all the cosmic radio. Yeah, that's the new explanation. Do you feel sad too, Vasco?
I am told these types of gatherings are a sad occasion. That assumption appears to be correct. I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain
They abandoned
my
the
ex
Eternal
will
Darkness
do
trademark
little
in
to improve
2020, so
your
they have no intention to go back to it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the kind of game they
If you
make
would
anymore.
like, though, I can add some consoling language
Shame,
to
though.
my
I'd
programming.
like to see Nintendo actually make a horror game.
It will take some time to adapt, but it will be okay. How was that?
I've never wanted to cry more than this moment.
I will note that feedback for later.
Am I the only one to notice this picture popping into reality behind him? Just couldn't even pick up all the trash for the funeral.
Everyone is in mourning.
Didn't the writer for Eternal Darkness try to kickstart a suit? Yeah, but that guy is like Dennis Didek is a horrible person. Absolute trash developer. You wouldn't want to give him your money.
I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is...
Yeah.
It is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense. Thank you.
Is the soundtrack actually just one note with pitch
If you are
blend?
free soon,
More or less.
could we
It's
talk?
nothing noteworthy anyways.
Chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals.
I can't really think of much outside of the opening theme song, but as it doesn't put much work into their music. Let's chat.
You don't believe in the afterlife, do you? I mean, this might be the worst time to bring it up, but...
Guess I'll find out when I get there.
Yes. Won't we all? Well...
Have I ever considered living
I've
abroad?
taken up enough of your time.
I don't know. I don't know where I would go if I did. Like, where would you recommend abroad for me to live?
We're all
Where would
that
I
lives
fit in,
on
Chad?
when someone dies.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back. It's just easier to feel guilty.
Go on a massacre that you can't kill important NPCs. What's with it? What's wrong with his hat? That's not a hat. That's one of those bags you put over your head when you're dyeing your hair. He just forgot to take it off.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more. I wrote the book on them. The 10 Stages of Grief by A. Barrett. Step 1 used to be have a drink. But nowadays I settle on a good chocolate bar. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give
Could see you fitting in one of the
it's that
Scandinavian
lost loved
countries,
ones have
so
a
like
way of
Norway.
coming back to you.
I do hear Norway has a
Maybe
very nice quality of
sweeping out
life.
some old shelf or digging through a desk and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs. Or a piece of jewelry they gave you.
What makes me
After
like very Scandinavian,
theoretically,
you know, fit, you know, what would make me fit in so well there? When shall the great scientist just feel grief? Ever think about dying, Barrett?
Nope, not even for a moment. Funerals are there to remind survivors that they aren't alone.
Your dedication to socialism? I have a dedication to socialism?
Maybe I like knowing no matter how far I run to the edges of space, someone is going to find their way back to me.
Hey, I hope this is all okay. Between fixing things up and sending out messengers and getting all the paperwork done. It's not much. I haven't really been sleeping much. I'm not having the best dreams right now. Good. Good. Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Could you excuse me?
You're killing the mood, you know.
Hey, how are you holding up?
I'm fine. I'm actually great. I'm becoming more and more godlike.
Just don't forget to take time
Who
for
are we
yourself,
mourning? The cowboy dude.
Plenty of rooms if you need to sit down and be alone for a while.
Oh no, I'm great.
We'll get
I
through
want
this.
an option to
Might
juggle
feel like
during this funeral.
everything's falling apart, but that's why we need to stick together. Anytime. I have something I need to discuss with you. Take care of yourself.
I thought you had something you need to discuss with me.
My boy. I've lost my boy.
You hated him.
What do you mean? Nothing wrong with me and my son. Sure, we yell. Families are supposed to yell at each other. It's what keeps us honest. If you can't show your worst side to the people closest to you, who can you? My boy. I've lost my boy.
Well, they chose a good painting of him. Wait, I'm giving the speech? Alright. I guess I should say something, but I don't know what. Thank you for all for coming. Just going to say, Sam didn't just die, he was murdered. It feels a little like, you know... Chad, if this were Baldur's Gate, it would probably give me a much better options. Let's just be honest there. There'd be way funner options here than basically all the same option. I'll let Sam down. I'll let his family down. Sam knew the dangers we faced better than anyone. We'll never forgive those. He was more than Achilles' prodigal son. He was the best among us. I'm not blaming myself for this. I did good. Going to miss him. Don't know how I'm going to live without him. I'll do everything I can to honor his memory. There we go.
Thank you.
Here's my speech.
If anyone else wants to say something.
Speak with everyone. I did.
A loss is always hard.
This is harder than I
Constellation.
Oh, don't drown too much in all this despair.
Sorry.
Life
Trying
goes
not
on.
to cry.
We're the ones who end up
I
standing
thought
still.
maybe I would come up with something to say, but I've
Just leave? No, I need to record this for the stupidity.
got nothing. So, instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? What
Always
is
annoyed when there is
existence
more
but
than
a
one dialogue
participation
option. That's pretty much all.
in
That's the
being?
thing with Bethesda. They always have like
Where the
all the
diversity
options
of
lead to
the
the same
universe
outcome. So it's not even
inspires
really an
awe and
option.
Wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and evil. Define. Our essence,
Actually, no better.
imagined by its mind, but what we consider
Sign from God.
what we consider mind are in fact so far from our understanding.
Don't worry, I'm lobotomizing you so you can't feel grief.
No problem. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most.
I tried, chat.
That was really thoughtful, Mateo. Thank you.
Can't even shoot him.
Does anyone else want to say anything?
Please say no. Well, no one else wants to talk? Good. I got one more person I need to talk to up there.
Drink? Pour one out to the blackest sea? Two old friends. May their ghosts go past the edges of space, to the great beyond.
You're the only person in this entire outfit that I actually like, you know.
I saw a lot of death.
Didn't even give me a drink.
No God in heaven that is curating a perfect ending for you. So it's up to us. We are what lives on.
I came dressed in my
Loss
finest funeral
inspires
gear,
us to
Chad.
greater action than that is the good that comes from humanity is what truly creates our world. We are the ones that judge things to be good or evil, joyful or mournful. Let us take responsibility for it.
Here we go.
Let us remember what we have lost.
Walter, are you part of the House of Enlightenment? I never knew that.
Yes, well,
Why are you guys standing up for?
things private.
These seats are really comfy. And now that he's dead, we got more. You know what? We all have one for each other. You know, he was just taking up a seat. That's all he was doing. Oh god, they're all gonna say something, aren't they?
You all might not like thinking about this, but when we die,
Nice eyelashes. Thank you.
everything about us breaks down.
I can bat them.
Decomposes, gets eaten up
But when
by
I like try to
insects
make the
and
camera, okay, there we go. He opened them up.
or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by
Just
space
leave. I might
and
need
time.
this stupid, stuff for sin, you know.
Distant sun's corona, or get pulled
Just
into
look at me. Look at
gravitational
this.
field
Look at this
and
Chad-like
coalesce with
version of
other
me.
debris. Not comforting, huh? But I disagree. Do you know what I find uncomfortable? The thought that after I die, the universe is just going to stand still forever. Could you imagine? The fact is that the universe goes on, that life goes on, that things do not just sit still. That right there is the comfort.
Hey Sam, it's me.
Yeah, we die. And
Miss
some
you.
people go
Wish
way
this
before
hadn't
they
happened.
should. But the universe
Bye,
doesn't
Sam.
care.
See you, Space
Not
Cowboy.
because it's evil, but because it's infinite, ever expanding. And who wouldn't want to be a part of infinity? Worthwhile. Listen, we don't worry about ourselves before we were born, do we? Of course not. We emerge from the universe and return to one peaceful moment.
Now it's better.
Yes, that certainly was an interesting perspective.
Much better funeral now. Oh shit! I'm just about. Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh shit! No! What are you doing? Don't make me kill his father and his ex. I'll fucking do it. Oh fuck! I didn't realize I could kill those two. Oh fuck that! Fuck this!
Inspires awe and wonder. It exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only
Glad your father's dead.
Hi again.
Drink?
I'm just here to get all the experience, Vlad.
Two old friends. I
mean, we could like kill his ex-wife and his father. Get rid of the entire family line. The funniest thing you've done in a long time? Well, damn, that feels a little insulting.
Those are the parts that
It's like, do I not do things funny on the regular? Let's actually just quickly commit a little chaos.
Thank you.
I will not aid you in this.
I didn't ask for you to aid in it.
Prepare for combat.
Oh, you can't actually kill them. Maybe you can.
Your performance in that
No,
conflict
you can't
was
even kill them.
beyond adequate.
You can only, like, down them. Well, my team is angry with me. Now that I know what that means. They're so forgiving, Chet.
Okay, that hurt.
They'll forgive you of anything.
Won't even stop.
Guy's still standing in prayer, rubbing his cock over there.
It'll heal.
Oh well. I tried to make it, do something fun. Chad, do you remember in Morrowind when there was the famous line, with the death of this character, you have severed the line of prophecy. Persist in the doom world you've created or reload a earlier save. When they would let you kill anyone in the game and even like fuck up the plot so you can make it unbeatable. What happened to that old Bethesda? What happened to him, huh? Come back and everything was on fire. What happened? I just like tried to kill everyone at the funeral. Seemed like the appropriate thing to do. Alright, what are we doing now? Unearth. Go to Nova Galactic Research Station. An emissary has given me a key to a base on Luna, Earth's moon, saying I'll learn more about the artifacts if I investigate. Alright, go into Earth. Yeah, real fucking solar system. This is why a Dark Urge run in Baldur's Gate 3 would be fun to watch you play. That's probably what I might end up doing if I decide to play single player. I think I just realized, yeah, my suit's on. Where's my helper at? You have to play Bethesda game their way, you can't do anything your way, and I realize this. They don't believe in fun. That's not Earth, is it? Pretty sure Earth looks bigger than that from the moon. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I've never actually been. Do an honor mode run in what, Baldur's Gate? Voltaire. Want to remind the research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use of Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it's amusing to see just how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, how many bits of encryption it can brute force, or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation. There will be time for that later. For now, I need everyone concentrating on hitting our deadline. We're developing exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client. That should be more than enough to keep anyone from being bored. Happy to announce that the first test launch of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof at 9 EDT. Reminder to please sync all watches Eastern Daylight Time. Our partner will also be on radio for the launch. We'll be recording the event, so be on your best behavior. Bit of misconception, you have to be evil on Dark Urge. You just get a unique backstory that you can either embrace or fight against. I think you get unique options too, right? Alright. Must be really good to work out on the moon. We're gonna be looking at a couple 100 pounds easily because of the lower gravity. Like, yeah. Oh, God. Oops. Oh, shit. Starting to get bored calling this game boring for the... Then don't. Call it something else. Come up with a new word. Notice how I'm not just saying it's boring, 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 boring all over again. I just take it as it is and make fun of it in the moment. Settler poncho outfit. Alright, is there any way to the roof other than jumping? I guess I could go outside to get on the roof.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation sequence from Volterra?
No changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
One day the computer will be on board the spaceship. Just imagine that.
One miracle of science at a time, Canaveral. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
All clear, Nova. Indicators look good. The ship should be cruising Jupiter's orbit right now. Visual confirmation will be possible in 32 minutes. Afraid the speed of light is on the slow side these days.
How does it feel to break the laws of physics, Canaveral?
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years, Nova.
Why did he give me a key specifically to get inside the base when the only thing inside the base was an email telling me to go to the roof to listen to this recording? He could have just said, oh, there's a base on the moon, go to the roof and listen to the recording at the antenna. There's literally no reason I needed to get inside. Hey, what am I? That's it, I came here for that. That's all I came here for. Listen to one recording. So I'm assuming you can probably find and like go to the actual like Apollo 11 like landing site. See the boot print. The thing that pisses me off the most about this game is how large it is trying to be compared to the stuff actually there. Like making a 50-acre garden and only planting one seed in it. Good analogy, actually. Lonely on my ship now without someone here to like live in my fucking mess. Scan the moon real quick. Really? There's like nothing else on the moon? You can't go and actually visit, you know, the footprints? Embarrassing. Earth ain't looking too good, Jet. Earth ain't looking that good. How do you, like, mess up Earth that bad in just 3 centuries where the entire oceans disappear? We were speedrunning the the destruction of it. NASA launch tower. Hey, good thing I decided. Well, we're actually going to Florida, not Houston, Texas. Even Wall-E Earth looks better. Well, they were actually trying to repair Wall-E's Earth. And there's actually like ruins and stuff of like the former civilization on it. This looks like it's just barren, like there's nothing on it, just like every other planet. Yeah, somehow even Earth is barren. Plot had to have a reason to make Earth as empty as the rest of the... I mean, you could still have people, like, going out into space without Earth being, like, you know, barren. That doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe they'll explain why it is. I don't know. Definitely an excuse for them to not put stuff on Earth. I think you've hit the nail on the head, actually. Can't really, like, render all of Earth and let you go there if there's, like, you know, entire civilization here. Like, plenty of, like, all the stuff we have on Earth. If all you can really do is, like, barren worlds. So Earth looks like every other planet you can actually go to. Even if Earth became barren, it wouldn't stay that way. Life came from a barren. I'm assuming there's like a reason it got this messed up, other than climate change. Since that wouldn't be enough to explain this. Like the oceans evaporating. That oceans evaporating, it's kind of hard to get rid of that much water, actually. But the only way you're actually going to do that is if, like, the sun starts growing larger, which it will do in about 1 billion years, and causes way more heat than the planet can, you know, do. That would evaporate the oceans. Not sure how they did it in this universe. How they massacred you, boy. It was so beautiful, one chat. Energy cell. I probably need these for a puzzle. Yep. How'd that make it sand? Look, this is technically in Florida, so sand makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Oh, I'm encumbered again. Oh, joy. Man, there was nothing in here. Maybe I should have come here during the day. Wouldn't there be deep canyons where Earth's oceans used to be? Yeah, there should be, but They're not gonna like do different terrains in our game. In our, but guy wants different terrains. I think our engine's capable of such advanced technology. You have to wait another 50 years. Or you can like render different terrain sets. Oh, my ear itches. Full issue, I know, right? You should know better. Why would you even ask for better? Are you not entertained by what they give you? Enter NASA. Power required, of course. Foolish of me. I just hit the button. Thank you. We're gonna find out that all this was alien technology, chat, that got us off Earth. That's my current prediction. They didn't want to tell that scientist guy. Launch procedures. Remember, the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential. Yes, we come a long way as far as tolerances, but yes, the number of people cleared for launch is much higher than it used to be, but these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumors the next launch is slated to be cancelled, but let's not have that be on us. Assume it's go time every time. Your professionalism is what makes space travel a little bit safer. And we can use every ounce we can get. Air archives damage, running system recovery. Partial archives retrieved.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. The recent delivery from Mars is unsettling. I was expecting rock samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they've brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars?
Get your ass to Mars.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Isa, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handlers, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little gray man and was doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale. 2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in material science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab. Station log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then, I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
God, I am so fucking excited. Can't believe how deep this goes. Oh, where will the mystery lead us next? It's also gonna make 0 sense while any of this is still here, when they would have probably, like, cleansed this place. Unless something, like, attacked them and kept them from doing that. Okay, just leave all these emails about, oh, you know what? Someone left a half-eaten sandwich here, even though it's been, like, 3 centuries since anyone was here. Makes perfect sense. That's a fresh sandwich, chat. Fresh. I feel like the story makers fell asleep. They were playing better games. Oh, what we got here, huh? I'm literally out of things to say. I was like, you know what? Go through the motions, Dartigan. Just go through the motions. You'll get where you're going. When I get the guy back who did a bunch of coke and wrote hundreds of pages of lore for Morrowind. I don't know who the writer for Morrowind was, actually. Might be interesting in learning, but that was a Todd Howard directed game, keep in mind, Morrowind. That was his first one. First Elder Scrolls game he got to direct. So he knew a lot of things were like, you know, well, busted with Elder Scrolls design after Daggerfall and a bunch of other like spin-offs. And he came in and made that, and then he just like, you know what, let's go back to the stuff that didn't work. NASA partnered with the Nova Galactic, the creators of the Voltaire supercomputer, on an ambitious aerospace project, Pull Gravity itself. Sold as the first space rocket capable of faster than light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments, what would have previously taken years. It's a bit of a museum. Real question, how many stairs on the still intact American flag? No clue. You know what? Good question, though. NASA part of the Nova Galactic. It's the same thing the other one said. A long-term mission to space began in the late 1990s. With programs such as the International Space Station, humanity began living in the planets almost 100 years later. Small outposts of 5 or fewer signed on Mars, other orbiting bodies. Even as a museum, this is dumb. It's on the same pedestal over and over again. Alright. Judith's personal recording. Now see, chat, I don't mind that they gave me a marker to tell me to find this recording, because I never would have thought to even come over here and look at it had they not put a marker on it. But how did our character know that's where we would find that and that he even needed to?
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effects, no motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you've had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep slamming our heads against a brick wall, getting nothing. And you keep coming up with something new to try. Like, you know what's going to happen. Where are you getting your information, Victor?
I'm sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But I'm not lying, okay? We're going to discover something important here. I promise.
Trust me, Judith. Trust me, it'll all be alright. Well, you know, did I go up or down when I got into the elevator on the launch pad? Because I couldn't have gone up. This place is way too big. That was just like a launch tower to get you into the spaceship. And this can't be the spaceship either, so I had to go down this all underground, right? Even though it makes no sense to put all this underground underneath a launch tower. Okay, whatever. Usually the only thing you'll find under a launch tower is like the area where they pump in water to reduce the amount of like the rocket thrust hitting the ground and keep it from like literally tearing up the the asphalt. Hey, Mayo McNasty, thank you for the 42. Damn, another sub already. Time flies when playing this game. In other words, you ever thought about trying Pal World? That's the Pokemon with guns game, right? I think that's only available to like early access people, like to other like people they're giving it to, and I have not been given a key to it. And honestly, it doesn't look that great. I'm not usually that into Pokemon, so I'm not sure why I would be into Pokemon with guns. I think it's the Pokemon with guns game, right? Or am I wrong? Comes out in one day. Oh. I feel like I'm supposed to get in there, but then again, it won't let me get in there. Is this where you find Aloy bitching about the people that went into space to escape the doomed Earth? Well, they went to an entirely different solar system, so maybe. Need to get in there, but there's no way. Wait a minute. Blow up, shoot something. Here we go. Maybe. Can I fight something? Can you just give me a robot to fight something? I wouldn't mind. Oh no, here's a door you unlock. Just crafting shit that I don't even want to pick up because I'll be overweighted. Oh god, I never feel rewarded. Never feel rewarded, chat. I never understood why Todd's really dead set on removing as many features. He thinks simplification is everything, is his problem. If he hasn't simplified enough, then that means there's people who won't play it. That is the reason. That is all he wants to do with any game anymore, is simplify it enough, because that will increase sales somehow. If the game is complex, People ain't gonna want to play. They ain't got time. They got busy jobs. And other such things. Can't be bothered. So simplifying it will increase sales. That has basically been the issue with Bethesda for a while now. And that I feel like they've simplified as much as they can, and now they're still trying to do it, thinking it's still gonna work. But it just keeps making their games worse. To a degree, simplification was a good thing for them at first, because if you've ever taken a look at games like their very first Elder Scrolls games, Arena and Daggerfall, those were incredibly complex games when how you had to go about playing them. It was actually kind of a hassle. Then they made Morrowind, which was a greatly simplified version of, say, Daggerfall, and also in 3D, and it was still considered to this day like the best one they ever made. But then they took that lesson and like, you know what, let's simplify it more. So then you got Oblivion, and then Skyrim, and then also they took the ideas of that they had into like Fallout. And now finally into this where they've simplified it as much as they can, and there's like no good complexity. There's complexity, but it's complexity for that just bad. It's just too many options is not complexity. It just, then you just get annoyed. So there you go. Welcome to TED Talk. That's my theory on why Bethesda kind of shitty at video games these days. Doesn't Baldur's Gate 3 go against the simplicity outselling complexity argument and sold more to this game? To a degree, yes. See, complexity is a good thing when used in certain places. Like Baldur's Gate 3 focuses on having complex characters. And the plot though is, interesting, but it's simple, but it works, it's effective. So they go with a somewhat simple plot, but they fill it and have complex characters interact with it. That's usually what's considered like a good way of writing anything. Complex characters, simple plot will get you by pretty far. As for mechanics, there is some decent complexity to mechanics, but it's all basically D&D stuff, which has been around for a very long time, and anyone can come to grasp with. They didn't decide to simplify D&D to make it easier for everyone else to just pick up, which they could have done. They could have done that, and it probably still would have been great because they have the strength of characters and writing. But they decided, you know what, turn-based combat is what we're good at. It's what we're going to do. So we're going to focus on making that good. Jeez. Finally, something to shoot. I think Todd is also stuck in his earliest 2010 mindset. I'm not sure what that means.
Unable. Repair not possible.
I feel like every companion... So far from what I've seen of Baldur's Gate 3, there's not a single bad or uninteresting companion. Overweight again. I think I might be overweight. Or required. Yeah, I must have gotten too much weight on me. Keeps thinking making games with the same mindset he had with Skyrim, aka 2010s, and Fallout 3 will somehow improve. I'm still not exactly sure what that means, a 2010s mindset. I mean, he can't really change it too much because they insist on using this engine, which is going to resist a lot of the changes they might want to make. Because this engine just won't be able to handle it. So maybe they're stuck in using a 2010s engine somewhat? I don't know. And that robot's clearly going to come to life when I do something. Ah, Gesundheit. That one goes there. I think I fucked up. Oh well. There we go. Wasn't Baldur's Gate 3 playable for a while? It was in early access for a couple of years, so they got a lot of they used pretty well as basically like constantly playtesting because of early access, which probably helped them out a lot. I think I destroyed all the turrets, so that ain't gonna help me any. Nothing else in here? Good. Listen to players here. That Todd? No, Todd knows better. He's done this before. Do you know how many copies of Skyrim that guy has sold? He clearly knows a thing or two. Didn't the modders get up on this? There's like one modder who said he wasn't gonna like do the thing he normally does for a Bethesda game, which is apparently a big deal because he doesn't like the game. I don't know if any other modders have decided they're not gonna work on it. Wouldn't be surprised if there's plenty of modders who're just like, nah. 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 Baldur's Gate 3 is a game where choice really does matter. It definitely seems to matter more than, say, a game like this, yes. Why would I put effort in this if Bethesda didn't? That's kind of the thing you could say about all of their games, though. Like, I don't want to say they didn't put effort into this. I just think that they got so far along in development and that they couldn't really make changes to a lot of what they'd already decided upon, and but they knew it was not great. But they're kind of like, but they were kind of like locked in at that point. You can only change so much once you reach a certain stage of development without scrapping everything. Check all badges for allowing access. Yes, even the generals. I don't care how angry they get. These are direct orders from the secretary. Absolutely no phones or recording devices. All written materials, clipboards, notebooks are to be checked on exit from the labs. Confiscate anything with confidential information on it.
Project log. Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab. I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space. Somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us? It's all going to be possible.
Project log. Dr. Judith Tatien. I watched the gravjet tests from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing androids of drives. Expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming. And worrying. It could take years. Decades before we know what all these side effects of operating a grav drive can be. But no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
I will say this does feel like a more classic Fallout style dungeon with reading all the emails and all the other stuff. I remember doing a lot of that in Fallout 3 when I played it. There was a whole lot of email reading in that game, actually. Way more than I should have spent time on doing. Ugh, okay though. Back to the grind. Oh. For some reason there's no gravity here. Oh. I get ya. Not gonna play this on Xbox Live? I don't recommend it. You won't enjoy it on depending on what system you're on. I have a feeling this was originally supposed to be a Fallout game. Nah, I don't think so. They wanted to make a new IP, and they chose space. And Fallout ain't space. Remember playing Fallout 4 on Xbox One? I mean, that was a place you could play it. I remember never playing it despite buying it. At one point I was thinking of doing a sim video on it, but I never got around to playing it. Because I was like, you know what, this game looks kind of boring. Are there any Bethesda games you like? I did play all of Oblivion. And I did play all of Fallout 3. And I even played the DLC for Fallout 3. That being said, I think that was the end of me wanting to play more Bethesda games, because I was like, you know what? I'm done with this for a while, because I figured they would keep changing things up and how they played. Nope. And so when I saw, like, Skyrim, I did play Skyrim, but I never finished it. And I didn't even bother playing Fallout 4. It's like, this, no. Looks like the same as the last game. So I've just been tired of their games ever since, I'd say, Fallout 3. If I were to say which one I like the most, I did really enjoy doing a lot of the side quests in Skyrim and the world they created. It had a very good immersive feel. That's really all I can really say about it. Need to get over there. So like I said, Skyrim is pretty decent, and it's probably like the best game they've made. But it should have also been like the thing that's like, okay, we've taken this idea as far as we can. We now need to like come up with a new idea for how our games are gonna play. Had they done that, they'd be in much better stage right now, I think. But they're just kind of stuck in what they do. And what they do is just not that interesting, I feel. This mission's still going, huh? Prototype drive. Please be careful whenever running power with the prototype. Secure all those objects and have researchers empty pockets and remove jewelry, watches. Reminder, the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable, and all data is under strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with all research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the grav drive projects. Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites.
Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter, you want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we're seeing.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find?
I just want to be sure. It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
Uh-huh. Well, this was too much to voice. As requested, the astrophysics research team has done a full analysis of the data you provided us. Measurements of the Earth's magnetosphere show clear signs of fluctuation, often in correlation to the periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by the Earth's inner core, may be affecting the core itself. Given the proximity to the source, the data indicates a change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar wind falters beyond the devastating effects of solar radiation. This will lead to something more dire, the sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space. To see our Earth's possible future, we are afraid this future may be closer than we ever thought imaginable. Some may view this data as normal. They have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes of Earth's core. This is orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations' debates over global warming, and we want the science here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise and eventually crash into shore, like Earth, with devastating consequences.
I know what I'm seeing, Victor. The data coming back from the satellites is very clear. It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could have hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now.
I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Judith.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
So the grav drives destroyed Earth, and they just couldn't stop it. Like, no, we need it. We need it. So don't make them. But shouldn't they be destroying other planets as well then, since they're still using them? Also, how would a grav drive affect the gravitational magnetic field? I mean, the magnetic field of Earth. I mean, we're constantly in the sun's grav field, which is way stronger than any of the. I don't know. Sorry, it's just made up. It's just like, you know what? It does. It do.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa. And if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars. But I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first. But I have no reason
Bring
to
the
lie to
Ubisoft CEO
anyone
saying
now,
that he
so
should get comfortable. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
Turn off the machine. I'm assuming that was him. Victor Eisner. Dart streaming this late, I'm almost done for the night. Almost done for the night. Just wanted to finish up this. We gotta go up a floor. My god, how much more of this game is there? There can't be that much more. Can't be. Can't be. It's not possible. Oh shit, oh shit. No, we're not doing back up. We're gonna reload. Reloading we are. Is the city neon the only part of this game that isn't gray? Well, even that's kind of grayish. I wouldn't exactly call that place colorful. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. Let me jinkies my way. Let me just, like, cheat my way up. Let's see. I know I can do this. No, I can't. There we go. Work shit. Ugh. God, how do I get over there now? I was there earlier. Yeah, I guess I go down and then come up. It's the only way. Ending of this game isn't even set. When has Bethesda game ever had a good ending? Hell, they usually don't even have an ending.
Constellation, we've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you found. And it looks like other Starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
Well, that sounds like a good stopping point, because I really don't want to do any more tonight. It was like yeah, you did enough. I'm hoping maybe my next stream of this will be my last, by the way. What other mysteries are there to reveal? Victor did the classical I'm sad now and will off self because sad. Man, ending is the friends we made. We didn't make any friends though, so with no ending there either. Chat, that is all I'm going to play for the Starfield tonight. Let us pray that tomorrow we finish this game off. I would like that very much. I feel like I've earned my ending now. So maybe tomorrow is our last Starfield stream. Fingers crossed. Hope the next stream of yours is the last of Skyfield. Yes, that is the hopes. It feels like maybe, unless they want to like give me more bullshit. But chat, I'm hoping the Spider-Man 2 video will be out for you tomorrow. All I need is like Rune to send me the intro, and it's good, because I've already finished everything else. So if he sends me the intro tomorrow morning, I will upload it for you, and hopefully you will enjoy it. Otherwise, there'll probably be one more day. There's at least 2 main quests left. Okay, that definitely means I should be finishing tomorrow. Are you having weird sensations? What? Herniated disc? Hope, oh, you alright? Hope everyone's alright. Anyways, chat, thank you for stopping by tonight. I appreciated your time. Hopefully you liked what you saw. If you did, hit the follow button. You can join the Discord too. Thank you to the mod teams. Thanks for any bits, subs, or gift subs tonight. Appreciate all of it. I will see you all tomorrow, chat, for hopefully the finale. Peace out, everybody. Later.